We have Jack Pletter, who was a matching pitching line to
and welcome everyone to the Tufts University men's baseball team as we take on the Colby Mules. Apologies for the breakup in coverage, but now we are back on the top of the third where the score is currently 0-0. Tufts and Colby each have had one hit, however, no runs. Today we have Volgende on the mound. For the Jumbos, he's had a pretty decent day so far. Allowed only one hit. And up to bat, we have number 9, Cole Palmieri.
And not only have we seen good pitching results out of our two starters, as we see another strikeout there, it's really been a lot of balls kept in the infield. I believe each side has only had 1 or 2 that have gone out into the outfield. So these teams are just getting a little warmed up here, and we'll see what comes out in the next few innings, if there'll be some more power on display.
Absolutely. We are obviously very excited to be here today. This is the first match Tufts Baseball has had, or first game Tufts Baseball has had since 2019 or 2020.
Yeah, 2019. It's been quite a while. However, the Colby Mules have certainly righted the ship, and
as we see a hit to right field, which is caught fairly easily for out number 2.
A nice grab by the right fielder, Bay, out there. Nice line drive catch. So Colby has actually gotten off to a pretty raucous start at 5-1 to their play. I believe that this is their first NESCAC matchup against the Tufts teams they've struggled with over recent history, losing their past 7 games against them.
As that's a foul ball, a little late on that pitch.
But we'll see with a young Colby squad that features some strong hitting performances so far. We'll see if they can turn the tide around against the Jumbos.
Another swing for strike 2. Max, is there anyone on this Colby squad that you're particularly looking to watch today?
Absolutely. So looking at one of the...
That's a strikeout for out number 3.
Looking at one of the returners here, Cabot Maher, who was on the team back in 2019, only ended up getting in 3 games. Hit a 273, 333, 364 slash. Very respectable for an underclassman she was at the time. And this season so far, he's really exploded with a 417, 611, 1000 slash. In addition to 3 RBIs and 2 triples on the season. So look to see if he can lead the way for the Colby. See, it's right. It's a little bit different in these podcasts because we got some bias in here. I guess I will lean into that bias and pick the Jumbos. I think the recent history suggests that this team is shaping up to do pretty well. Probably really jacked up for their first game, so I expect a W here.
As there's a hit right out to center field, looks like it's just going to go for the single here from number 20, Connor Bowman, the catcher for the Jumbos.
It's like Bowman heard me. Started the hitting for the Jumbos. First hit on the day for him. We'll see if that can continue with the next batter.
And next up, we are going to we are going to have number 5, I believe, Will Burgess. Ooh, and a long hit out to center field. Looks like he is going to make the catch and will run back to first.
An excited first at bat on the season for Will Burgess. First hit swinging, got some decent contact, but ultimately caught easily out there in center.
And we're now going to have Miles Reed up to bat.
So now we get back to the top of the Jumbos lineup for the second time. I believe Reed hit into a ground out in his first at bat.
Now we're going to see if he can do better than his first time up. As that is going to be a low pitch for, I believe, ball 1.
Be big if Reed could get on, get some speed out there. Jumbo's not a very quick team, but being their leadoff hitter.
And another hit out to right field, is able to catch it. Going to try and get it back at first, but he's going to make it pretty easily.
A pretty generous lead by Burgess on that fly out, especially for a line drive. Lucky didn't get picked off.
And now we have up number 7, Kyle Cortez, the left-handed hitter with 2 outs left in the top of the 3rd. It's a fly out to left field, is able to catch it, and that is inning over.
Despite a little more noise, a quick inning with the first pitch swinging. Now we move on to the top of the 4th.
As we have number 29 up to pitch again. Again, that is Michael Volgende. He's a junior from Ridgefield, Connecticut.
So Cougar, do you think this is one of those games where it's kind of like the first team that gives up a run will experience the floodgates opening? Kind of has that feel, especially in just the 7-inning contest.
I think you certainly have a point there. With the Jumbos having their first game back, they might be a little rusty here, as we may have seen the first time through the lineup. But you never know what you're going to see out here.
It's true. Yeah, I think it's a positive sign that the Jumbos weathered the storm through their first time going through the lineup, especially with the kind of momentum that Colby's built over the first part of the season. I think having gotten a bit more warmed up, perhaps the bats will come out in a bigger way.
Absolutely. Colby had a pretty nice game last time around, beating a local rival that was actually ranked in D3. So potentially this game could be closer than maybe some of the commentators expected.
Certainly not the same Colby team that Tufts faced back in 2019.
No, it is not. Due to the COVID pandemic canceling most of the 2020 season, there have been significant changes since 2019 and since former seasons. It's exciting to see what happens.
And one of the changes here is infielder Brady O'Brien, a freshman this year, who hit .421 with 8 hits, 4 RBIs. So we'll see what kind of impact he can have.
As he takes for ball 1. It's a long hit out to center field.
Reed with a nice grab.
And now coming up to bat, number 2, not number 2. Number 24, Cabot Mayer. As he takes strike 1 at the knees.
And this is a real big inning for Volgende, getting through the heart of this lineup through 4 innings so far.
And hits the ball over third base to the left fielder, is able to take it, and that is a single from Mayer.
First Colby hit on the day, it looks like. And a likely suspect to deliver.
And now coming up, number 4, Andrew Russell, the senior from Massapequa, New York. That's a pickoff to first, and he's safe. Trying to keep both Colby and Tufts honest on the base paths today. A lot of pickoffs, but I'm not sure neither of these teams necessarily are the best at stealing. As he will take another strike there.
Who knows what history says about Colby, but so far this season they're averaging 3.6 stolen bases per game. I don't think Maher figures into that speedy crew, but we'll see. Maybe he'll be aggressive with so few hits.
And there's another pickoff, and once again he is safe. As Volgende looks at the catcher and gets set. Throws it low as batter takes here.
Maher thought he saw some light on the low pitch. Was about to make a break for second.
Yeah, I do want to see a steal sometime soon.
Yeah, nice warm day. Move a little faster.
As he hits to second, who will throw to first, and Russell is now out. But there moves along to second.
Ortiz held up, you could see, on grabbing that ball and potentially giving a better shot for double play safe in a low-scoring game like this, I think.
As now coming up, we have number 34, Noah Reichman. He's a freshman infielder from Frontenac, Missouri.
See, with his size, perhaps he can deliver the power to get Maher home.
Maher is in scoring position, so we're going to see what happens here. As he takes a low pitch here for ball 1. Again with 2 outs. And again, another low pitch for ball 2. Maher definitely looks ready to run home here.
And you wonder how Volgende's stamina is doing. I mean, only through 4 innings, not generally considered a lot of pitching out there, but it is the first start of the season, so let's see what kind of leash he has.
And swings and misses for strike 1. Count is now 2-1. As he takes another strike 2, leading to a nice 2-2 count here. It's definitely interesting for some of these freshmen, given that a whole bunch of the team is a relative freshman at all. Also, given the lack of games in 2020.
That's true. It's sort of a hodgepodge with some returning or graduate seniors as well, at least on the tough side.
Hits it long to right field. Is able to catch it as he runs to the wall, and that is out number 3 on the top of the 4th. Score still 1-1 Jumbos.
Good job by Bay out there, making sure to secure his glove, especially as he was heading towards the sidewall. Get that 3rd out.
Max, are you excited to be back?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, obviously we're working with some more difficult conditions with the pandemic, but I think having sports back on this day with lacrosse and softball as well is really a big welcome for certainly for us here at JumboCast, but obviously the athletes as well, just to be able to get back to doing what they love.
Yeah, I know JumboCast is certainly excited for our first weekend back here. Reminder that we also have a lacrosse game going on at 2 o'clock, as well as softball, or as well as a softball game that we're also help cover. This is also the first of 2 baseball games in this doubleheader versus Colby. The second should be going on after after this game finishes.
Start time should be around 3:30, so stay tuned for that one. Considering how tight of a game this one has been, certainly we would expect that the late game would be another good contest as well.
Certainly. Sometimes with these doubleheaders, you can also see one team getting a little more tired, letting more mistakes go. But it's going to be interesting to see which team that is, because both these teams are pretty close so far. As we have coming up here on the bottom of the 4th, number 8, Ryan Dawes. As he's going to take ball 1 here. Against Jack Pletter, the sophomore. And he's going to take another strike, or a single strike rather, bring the count to 1-1 here. Bringing off speed pitch, bringing it to 1-2 here. We're going to see what Dawes can do on this 1-2 count and see if he can fight his way out of it. It's definitely going to be interesting to see if he does. As he fouls off one behind the backstop.
I say we haven't really seen too many long at bats either in this game. A lot of 4 or 5 pitch at bats, and certainly a lot of ground outs and strikeouts as well. So we'll see what we get here.
Oh, certainly. Ooh, as he'll take a strike 3 off speed pitch.
Must say, Pletter's been looking impressive, and you'd think, being a sophomore, having not had a season last year, might be a little rust, but being that he's the only Colby pitcher with a couple of starts so far this year, certainly was in a good position to do well against this solid but maybe slightly rusty Jumbo's lineup.
And now we have fan favorite Peter DeMaria coming up, one of the leaders on the team, even starting as a freshman in 2019, coming back as a junior, looking to be strong with the rest of the Jumbos. And DeMaria hits one up the middle of center field for a single.
A real textbook single, and you could see that the third baseman on Colby was hugging the line, expecting a bit of a pull job, but DeMaria efficiently worked against that.
Now we have number 27 coming up, Jackson Duffy. Ball in the dirt, catcher's running to get it, and DeMaria rounds second. Looks almost for a second at third, but comes back.
A safe play. I mean, with him being now the first runner in scoring position for the Jumbos, they need to really capitalize on any opportunity they can get in a low-scoring affair.
Yeah, if there's anybody you'd expect to score, it's probably DeMaria. As he hits one up the middle. Rounds first as DeMaria. DeMaria looks like he's going to stay at third. Oh, and he runs to second. That's a nice double there.
It's a really poignant base running by Duffy, seeing that the cutoff man was overthrown. It's in some ways sort of offset the fact that DeMaria was not able to get a better start on his run because he had to dodge the ball. So now we get runners at second and third.
Now Brandon Bays coming up, only with 1 out here. The bottom of the 4th. Runners on second and third.
You see the infield in, understandably, in such a low-scoring game without a run yet.
And takes a strike 1 here. Ooh, takes a ball 1 there. Colby perhaps not happy with the call. But I don't know if DeMaria necessarily has the speed to get a close play at home.
Unfortunately, though, Bay does have a good amount of power, so we could see a base clearing hit if he can get some solid contact. We know what he's capable of.
As now we have a 1-2 count. Ooh, check swing. And he's out. That is 2 outs for Colby. In a precarious position for the Jumbos as they want to knock at least 2 of these home. And coming up to do so is number 38, Nate Bozzella. Yeah, some of these juniors and seniors have been waiting a long time to try and hit again. I'm sure they're excited to come up. So they'll take a ball one.
These are some big early season at-bats. You know, in this, as I keep repeating, in this tight game, you never know when you're going to get 2 runners in scoring position again.
Bissell lines up. Ball in the dirt, but it's blocked by the catcher.
Big, you'd hate to see that ball skip by and just give free runs.
It's a 2-0 count now. Certainly a hitter's count.
Perhaps we'll tread lightly, given that we're towards the bottom of the lineup here and have a base open.
As that he takes the strike, bringing the count to 2-1 with 2 outs. As that is a foul behind home plate, and it looks like it will be behind the backstop for a strike 2, bringing the count to 2-2 with 2 outs. 2 runners in scoring position.
You almost thought it was a catchable ball at first, and Palmieri got a bit of a late jump, but in the end it didn't really matter.
Let's see what if they know what to do here. Ooh, that's a swinging strike 3.
Good comeback in that at-bat by Pletter, working back from 2-0 down to get that strikeout swinging.
You hate to see that for the Jumbos, having 2 men in scoring position with 1 out and leaving them both stranded.
It is a tough pill to swallow, but Volgende has shown nothing short of a stellar performance so far, so hopefully he can keep the magic going.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting to see if we see any pitching changes here. I haven't necessarily seen anything from either of the bullpens, other than some light jogging and warm-up, but
the manager may have the attitude of, hey, you know, we got another game after this. While we know it's a low-scoring game, our pitcher's doing well, and may as well conserve the arms, especially early on in the season with still maybe some rust in those arms.
Yeah, the Jumbos are going to get less games this season than they did in previous ones, certainly, as they come back from a 31-11 record in 2019 and the reigning NESCAC champions. But they are definitely looking to repeat it this year, even in this COVID year where they couldn't actually play games until April.
Yeah, I think the expectations are quite high, and even beyond their NESCAC championship, they made it to the Cortland Regional Finals for the NCAA. So certainly, with a lot of pieces back from that team, the expectations are right around there, if not higher.
As Volgende here has not looked like he has slipped yet. Still throwing fastballs and off-speed pitches that are looking fairly unhittable for Colby. As coming up to bat here for Colby at the top of the 5th, we have number 19, Matthew Penker.
And interestingly enough, we haven't seen any pinch hitters yet, which is a little surprising considering the lack of offense.
Yeah, like you said, they could just be waiting for the second game, but you never know. As he fouls it behind the backstop into the parking lot. Yeah, that parking lot's certainly dangerous. Would not want to park back there.
We talked about it before we came on, that you're definitely parking at your own risk put your car back there.
Yeah, JumboCast used to have a van, and it ended up getting damaged by a foul ball. There's another foul towards the third base side, towards the Colby dugout.
Nice scoop by number 4 on the bench over there. Keeps the ball from rattling around in that dugout.
As the count is now 0-2. Let's see if he can dig himself out of this hole.
And expectedly, we get some off-speed junk. Gets the count to 1-2.
Yeah, the Jumbos have been relatively consistent defensively. Not exactly letting up a lot of hits here.
No. With the exception of the one error by Burgess in, I believe it was the second inning, they've been very sharp.
As we get to a 2-2 count here. That is a fastball. Strikes out swinging for out number 1.
Like you were saying in Mulgendy's warm-up to the inning, Cougar, I mean, it's really impressive how he's been able to keep up his velocity on the fastball.
And we just got to see that here. Coming up, number 12, Caleb Jung. As that is a pitch outside for ball 1. And a pitch to in the dirt, excuse me, for ball number 2.
Didn't need to get the backhand stop, but some flashy glove work by Bowman on that pitch.
Yeah, Bowman's had a pretty great day out here. Catching most of them. I don't think I've seen any go past him. As we get a foul ball for strike 1.
He's been, in my opinion, doing some pretty good framework as well, although the ump back there has not bought a lot of his glove movements.
Yeah, we haven't had any extreme calls here. As we get a pop up in the middle of the infield, will be caught by number 5 for the Jumbos, Will Burgess at second base for out number 2.
Good job by Burgess calling him off, especially on a sunny day like this. Gotta avoid the confusion where you can.
And now we have number 9 for the Mules, Cole Palmieri. As he fouls it towards the press box and above our heads for strike number 1. That's a low pitch, bringing the count to 1-1 today on this nice sunny day, perhaps one of the warmest of the year so far. And that's a pitch in the dirt, again, caught by Bowman for a 2-1 count.
We'll see in this favorable 2-1 count if the freshman Palmieri can register his first hit of the day. Only been one by the Mules so far.
And fouls it past the third base line for a 2-2 count. And one of the things we get to see here is some of these teams coming together for the first time, especially the Jumbos, getting some chirp action.
Absolutely, and they'll certainly be seeing each other a lot with 8 games between them this season.
Ooh. Strikes out swinging. Unfortunately not able to get away from Bowman for out number 3. And now we come to the Jumbos. Time to bat.
Mulgendy doesn't stop with the whiffs. Been happening all day, right down the middle in the dirt. He's been making the Mules looking for answers up the dish.
As you might be able to hear some of the Jumbos coaches giving some team their encouragement. Let's see if they can hype them up enough to actually get some runs on the board today. But given last inning's relative success in the start and then lack of success later on, you can only hope that these Jumbos are able to hit. score some runs.
You're right. It's been sort of cyclical. Their ability to hit. So hopefully they can build off what was a pretty solid but yet unsatisfying last inning with those 2 runners left in scoring position.
Max, have you ever played baseball?
I have. It's been quite a while though. I played for a couple of years in a rec league in middle school. A lot of fun, but yeah, it's been a while since those playing days. But still love the sport. Love being out here, especially on such a nice day like this. And what about you, Cougar? Do you have any playing history yourself?
I played in the Little League up to age 11 or 12 or so. Then my career, unfortunately, came to an end due to other sports. But I definitely miss it. It's definitely fun being out here. Watch some baseball on a nice Saturday.
Absolutely.
And coming up for the Jumbos, we have number 20, the catcher, one of the better players today, Connor Bowman.
Certainly been making it work behind the dish. Let's see if he can have some success on it as well.
As he swings through strike 1. Yeah, I think one of the interesting things to see here is the presence of mass on the field. Definitely something you wouldn't see before 2020. But personally, I'm a fan of it. See a nice curveball for strike 2.
Agreed. The mask wearing has been sort of here and there in the sporting world now. We see with professional sports and D1, not so much. But my high school, for example, has been wearing some.
So it is strike 3 looking for Bowman.
And a big at bat coming up here as we get towards the top of that lineup and perhaps try to build some momentum as we get some of the stronger jumbo hitters up.
Again, Will Burgess coming up for his second or third at bat today. Third, I believe. As he takes strike 1.
Blatter really feeling himself with that high heat on the first pitch. Burgess didn't want to have it.
As the catcher lets that one go. For ball 1. Bringing the count to 1-1 here at the bottom of the 5th with 1 out.
That last one looked like it almost could have been a strike, but I feel like the pass ball always kind of makes the umpire think otherwise.
As he hits it to right field, who's able to catch it pretty easily.
Burgess making sure to run through those bases. Like to see it. Johnny hustle out here.
You might have heard of a hard 90. Well, that was a hard 180.
Especially in these later innings, it's good to have that. Good to have that energy around the base paths, no matter whether you're getting hits.
And here we have Miles Reed coming up. As he takes ball 1 here for his 4th at-bat of the day. As Reed holds on a high ball, that face height, takes another ball, brings the count to 2-1.
Good hitters count for him.
It's a long ball deep into left field, and that's a home run. Great to see it. Reed is happy on the base paths here as he rounds third, comes home. Jumbos are happy. Everybody's clapping. Colby obviously not happy with the first run of the day. Stomps on home plate.
And that's gotta be Reed's first career home run, being a junior and not recording a single homer back in 2019, and comes at really the best of times to give the Jumbos this slimmest of 1-0 leads in the bottom of the 5th.
Following up that home run, we have Kyle Cortez. left-handed hitter.
And certainly would be someone likely to give us a back-to-back here with 7 home runs, matching his number back in 2019.
Let's see if we can get some repetition here.
And perhaps a bit of a change in the emotional state of the pitcher Pletter after really cruising through these first 4 innings, giving up that 2-out homer and falling behind 2-0 on Cortez.
And there's a ball down in the dirt for a 3-0 count. Yeah, Pletter definitely going off to this 3-0 count here. Perhaps not responding to the best of that home run. And we're going to see if this goes through just one at bat or if it's able to go through a whole inning. He takes an easy strike 1 down the middle.
You really can't let Cortez go because Murderer's Row continues with the 333 hitter from a couple years ago in Ryan Doss. Next.
As he pulls one to second base, throws to first, and that is out. Number 3, ending the inning of the bottom of the 5th.
But we see the big homer that gives the Jumbos the 1-0 lead, and certainly should give Volgendi, the pitcher, a bit of confidence and a bit of a desire to secure his first win of the year.
As we have the top of the 6th coming up, Volgendi still on the mound. Oh, excuse me, we have, still Volgendi, excuse me. Perhaps one of the changes you see for the Jumbos is Peter DeMaria starting as a DH rather than a first baseman that he did his freshman year.
Fortunately, they do have the DH available because he tends to split time with Kyle Cortez, obviously one of the stronger hitters as well. So good that they can both get into the lineups in games like this.
Max, what do you think about the DH? Keep it or leave it? Do you like to see pitchers try and hit?
You know, I do. I think it leads to some pretty interesting, funny moments. I remember a couple of years ago, a few years ago, I think at this point, Bartolo Colon hitting a home run in San Diego and just even getting the visiting crowd out there super riled up. And, you know, you also have pitchers who, you know, had been hitters growing up like Zach Greinke, Jacob deGrom, who certainly love having their memories come back at the dish. So I'm a little bit torn, but it's nice to have the NL have a bit of a different vibe than the AL by having pitchers hit.
Now, as a Padres fan, that one did hurt, but you can't not cheer for Bartolo Colon. As we have number 22, Tommy McGee coming up. As he takes strike 1. Yeah, I think the DH does lead to more entertaining matches, or games rather, but you lose that special magic when pitchers finally manage to hit. As we have a ball 2 that the Jumbos perhaps thought they would get their way, or ball 1, excuse me.
And it's true, with the DH at the MLB level is a bit of conversation because they went to the Universal last year and saw some success with that in terms of the fan appeal, I think. So may, you know, officially implement it moving forward after this season.
Yeah, but at the D3 level, you got more pitchers that could potentially hit, given the talent level of the rest of the field.
Sure, a little more parity.
As he grounds to short, who's able to tag him, and then he is out. A little bit of a quick throw there, but a little off. But thankfully, first baseman Kyle Cortez, as we talked about earlier, is able to get the out for out number 1.
Cortez doing his best freeze tag impression, getting that first out.
So we have number 17 coming up, Cameron Mayer.
Perhaps the last time at the dish for this strong hitter. Be interesting to see whether he can make some noise.
Ooh, hits it between the gap of third and short. Left field almost bobbles it. That's going to be Ryan Dawes, the power hitter we've heard. Unable to get the grab there, dives but misses.
Good stretch by him, but with that kind of speed behind the ground ball, he was no match.
Now coming up, we have number 8 for the Jumbos, Brady O'Brien. Perhaps one of the, as we get a pickoff, safe. Brady O'Brien, star freshman this year. Almost a rival to what DiMaria was freshman year.
Absolutely. Hitting for a bit of a better average at 421. We'll see if he can continue success in this crucial late inning at bat.
As we have a 1-0 count here. And holds for a 2-0 count, able to work it.
Interesting to see no pitch overs yet. You'd think in this one-out situation that Mara would try to push his luck, get in a scoring position.
Yeah, I do certainly want to see a steal here. We haven't really seen anything other than a few pickoffs. Definitely keeping him honest, but let's see a steal out here. As there's a low pitch there, a little below the knees.
Could be a good opportunity for a hit and run as well, considering that O'Brien is such a strong hitter. Getting Mara's wheels moving a little bit early could, on a deep enough ball, bring him home.
Yeah, let's see what happens in this 3-1 count. As he takes it for ball 4, our first walk of the day, I believe.
Well, Gendy giving him some respect considering the hitting numbers, and we will move on to number 4, Russell.
I believe that's number 24.
Excuse me.
Cabot Mayer coming up. And swings hard there. Doesn't make contact for strike 1. This may just be a little wishful thinking for some entertainment in this game. So let's see if we can get a double steal here.
Haven't seen one of those in quite a while.
As he fouls it back past the backstop. Just a little late on it. Trying not to hit the cars today. I did see some fencing in the parking lot. I wasn't quite sure if that was for baseball protection or for some kind of car management. But I do think they maybe should build the backstop a little higher than it is now.
Yeah, see a lot of balls flying back there.
As we see another one landed back there. For an 0-2 count here with 1 out.
As the heat and sun seem to pick up, so does the energy in this game as well.
I think I might see myself getting sunburned already.
I'm with you, Cougar.
As he takes for ball number 1. 1-2 count with runners on second, excuse me.
A good pitch in that 0-2 situation. Not a total junk ball. Still gets Maher to think about swinging, but ultimately he avoids it.
He fouls it up. Ooh. Close to the press box.
Ortiz protects us, though.
Yeah, Max and I were talking about how one day there may be a ball that comes screaming out here. Maybe it's looking closer than we think.
And then we'll regret we didn't bring our baseball mitts to try to grab and keep it as a souvenir. Might just shatter the window behind us instead.
Oh, I definitely should start bringing one. I mean, that's not a bad idea.
I bring it to games when I'm, more than double this distance away. So if I do it then, I may as well do it now.
If anything, to protect our equipment.
Absolutely.
So we have number 4 up here now, Andrew Russell. Swings and misses for strike 1.
Caught him with the off speed, way ahead of it.
Do you think it's difficult batting and running the bases with the masks?
You know, I think it's probably harder in other sports, like like basketball, where you're moving at just a much higher speed for a lot of the game.
As he takes
Uh,
strike 2.
but certainly, it's got to be a bit distracting. You know.
Yeah. I mean, you can see some of these batters taking the mask off just for a second to breathe. I think running, yeah, I think you're right. Certainly sports like lacrosse or soccer might be more difficult. But with baseball, you could probably manage. Ooh, as that is a swinging strike 3, out number 3 for the Jumbos, getting out of that little jam. As we go to the bottom of the 6th.
So what do you think, Cougar? Have we seen the last of Ogenda here? Will they bring out the closer, whoever that may be, for inning number 7?
I think we might. We've seen a little action in the bullpen. Looks like we might get the okay here. But the starting pitcher for Colby is still out here, Jack Pletter.
So they feel confident he can right the ship from an inning where he gave up the home run.
As we likely see number 31 warming up for the Jumbos, Brandon McFall. And here for Colby, so far we are just looking for a little bit more defensive stability. Granted, they've only really given up 1 run, but they've had at least one other close situation where the Jumbos could have scored. So to give themselves a chance when they're back up, probably looking for a quick 3-out inning.
I think from a confidence standpoint, it'd be great for Pletter to have a bit smoother of an inning, feel like he, you know, has his mojo back going into his next start.
As here we have up for the Jumbos, number 8, Ryan Dawes, team favorite. So we get a bit of a quick pitch there by Pletter. As we get a high ball 2. Definitely some quicker pitching starting off. Maybe it's fatigue, maybe it's just trying to offset the rhythm.
Could be. Force Dawes to play a little limbo on that last pitch.
As he swings hard for a strike 1, doesn't connect. So we get a foul to the right side. Almost hits a car, but misses it.
I think it might have hit a car on the 3rd or so bounce. Got a good angle from over here. Should really set up a car cam, no, Cougar? Just to see what kind of damage these balls inflict.
As we get a off-speed pitch coming in, bringing the count to 3-2.
As Pletter's fatiguing, probably doesn't really want to see these full counts that just extend his pitch count even more.
Now we've seen a little activity in the bullpen as we see a foul back past the backstop. We've seen a little activity in the Colby bullpen, but from our vantage point, it's difficult to effectively determine who that is. But we might see him next inning.
And intentional or not, Dawes is doing a good job himself of extending the at-bat with fouls like that.
As he hits one to the second baseman, throws it to first, and Dawes is out for out number 1 in the inning. And coming up now, once again, Peter DiMaria.
Been a relatively quiet day for him by his standards. Might just have a single. Haven't seen that DiMaria pop that we were so accustomed to a couple years ago.
Ooh, and he hits him.
gets no chance to show off that bat. Getting pegged for the first base runner of this inning.
Bringing up Jackson Duffy.
And likely not an intentional hit by pitch. Definitely a product of having some fatigue up there at the mound by Pletter.
Yeah, I assume the coach is thinking, as we see a mound visit here. I don't see a call out yet for the bullpen. But just gonna talk about. What do you think they're talking about?
How he's doing, I would think. You know, we're still in early days of the season, so just figuring out that rhythm, knowing how far he can really stretch it, is important. Just to make sure that you're getting the body that makes sense up there on the mound, especially in an inning that is going to require some damage control, just to give the Mules a better shot in their last licks.
I've always wondered if seeing your coach jog out there really does a number on the pitcher. Just pitching psyche can be hit or miss. I've always wondered it has some kind of effect. As we get a hit to center field, misses the diving catch. DiMaria rounds past third. He's going home. Here's a throw to the cutoff man as we see a nice triple here from Duffy for the Jumbos as DiMaria is able to score, making the score 2-0.
You could argue that was a bit of a game-saving stretch out there by McConnell, just to try to maybe keep DiMaria from scoring, but ultimately the dive didn't pan out, and it brought Duffy all the way over to third on a really nice ripper for an RBI triple.
And now we have Brandon Bay up with Duffy at third.
So much for the mound visit, huh?
Maybe I'm right. As we see a take for ball one. I've always wanted to see a steal home in a college game.
Agreed. We'll see if Duffy's the guy.
I don't think he particularly looks like he's going to, but commentators can always dream. Ooh, as we see a long hit to left field, trying to make the catch, and it's a home run! As he rounds the bases for a 2-run home run from Brandon Bay. That has to feel good for the senior.
Absolutely, the insurance runs never hurt, and that was just a really nice swing. And frankly, he was sort of sticking it to the Mules in a way, because the left fielder out there was not playing very deep at all, not respecting that power. Perhaps maybe trying to do some run control there, and it looks like that's going to be the end for what was a pretty good day through 6 innings for Jack Pletter.
Yeah, he definitely had a pretty good day, but just unfortunately couldn't keep going for this inning, as we're going to have a new pitcher here.
And it's really a trend you've seen in the major leagues these days too. I mean, with more home runs, I mean, you can see it really flip on a dime. A pitcher's day from going strong, having some pretty light innings, to one swing of the bat and boom, he's got 4 earned runs.
Yeah, we're going to see how the new Mules pitcher is going to be able to adapt to this Jumbo's hitting today. That is going to be number 29, Pepe Villamil. Excuse me. Has Villamil pitched so far this year?
I cannot say I know. Let's consult the internet.
As you can almost hear the Jeopardy music in the background. Have you seen that Jeopardy has been hosted by Aaron Rodgers?
I have not, but I guess I did hear that there was some joke played against him about the Packers' lack of playoff success, which is sort of due and appropriate for him, gotta say.
Yeah, I think one of the more entertaining question categories in Jeopardy is the sports questions. Given their academic knowledge, given the participants' academic knowledge about nearly anything in the world, sports and pop culture always seem to escape them.
Absolutely.
He has not pitched this year, so this will be his first outing. Oh, I'm sorry, I read the name of the wrong player. Jumbos are not exactly known for their vision, or elephants are not known for their vision, so the JumboCast would like to apologize for that. That is Teddy Durbin. He gets the bunt, fouls it off towards the right-hand side.
And to clue you in on Durbin, he has appeared just once this season so far against Thomas of Maine. Pitched an inning and a third, recorded 2 strikeouts, had a hit by pitch, and did not give up any runs. So we'll see if he can build off that success from his first appearance.
As number 38 for the Jumbos, Nate Bozzella fouls it back to the backstop. And we apologize for the little wind.
Working with the conditions here, folks.
And he hits one a little short. As the second baseman gets a falling back catch, hat falling off, but he's able to make it. What a catch there.
Being a little bit hard to judge that one. Coming out of his position, needed to make that dive, and did so with some success.
And that's going to be number 8 who made that catch, Brady O'Brien, one of the star hitters this year. And now coming up, I believe that's number 28 for the Jumbos. 20, excuse me. Bowman having a pretty great day behind the plate here. Let's see if we can replicate that success in the bottom of the 6th. Continue this little run streak going. As we have a 1-1 count here for Bowman. What do you think about that pitching motion, Max?
Yeah, it's a little clunky, I guess, but seems to get the job done. I mean, I noticed with Bozzella and also with Bowman here, they've been sort of slapping at the pitches. And yeah, a bit uneven, I guess you could say. Kind of.
We have a ball though.
Sort of throws himself all at once at the hitter and maybe disrupts the rhythm.
The pitch comes in. And that is a hard 90 from Bowman as he gets a ball for the walk. Now, Max, not to cause a commentator's curse here, but do you think the Jumbos are going to continue for the rest of the inning, or do you think they're going to get their 3rd out, as we have 2 currently?
Ooh, I hate to jinx, curse a team, whatever, especially speak negatively, but I don't know. I'm not sure I see much more noise being made. Not that they need it. Insurance or unsure never hurt, but I feel pretty confident with whoever the Jumbos throw out in this last half frame that they can secure the win all right.
And that is a strike against Will Burgess and another one in the dirt. Bowman almost thought about it. Thought about running, but runs back to first.
No real need for Bowman to run here. 2 outs. Got this lead. May as well make the pitcher chuck some more pitches.
Reminder, the score is 4-0 Tufts. So we get a high pitch, bringing the count to 2-1. Yeah, the advantage on right-handed batters and left-handed pitchers. Definitely goes to the left-handed pitchers as one is knocked to short as they just make the force out at second. And that is 3 outs for Colby.
Advantage pitcher on that one. Pretty nice work by the reliever there. So now we'll go to the last half inning.
Yeah, unless Colby's able to get 4 runs here, which, given their performance recently, wouldn't necessarily be impossible, but isn't necessarily likely. This could be the last half inning here. As we see number 31 for the Jumbos coming up to the pitcher's mound, Brendan McFall.
And without the fancy stats graphics for these relievers that you're accustomed to seeing in the major leagues, I will update you all on McFall's stats. So back in the 2018-19 season, he pitched 19 1/3 innings, had a 4.19 ERA, averaged 6.98 strikeouts per 9 inning, and gave up a couple of homers. So not bad stats. We'll see if he can have some improvement in this campaign as a junior.
Yeah, it'll definitely be entertaining to see how some of these pitchers are able to come back from freshman seasons, not necessarily getting live baseball against other teams for years at this point.
Especially as a pitcher, where it's really somewhat hard, I feel like, to simulate that same feeling, you know, being up on the mound in a game situation. Certainly, it can take a little bit more time to put on that cap again, if you will.
And you can only really face your teammates so many times before you get tired of facing them.
Not only tired, but also their tendencies become very predictable. And obviously, the interesting part about being a pitcher is that, you know, oftentimes you've only faced the opponent's hitters in the single-digit number of times, especially in college baseball. They don't play nearly as many games, so it's always a bit of an act to try to pick up on the opposing hitters' tendencies.
Certainly, especially for teams like Tufts that haven't necessarily had a real game since 2019. It can be hard to guess what they're actually going to look like. It's not like you can go to their practice facilities and get film, you know, without being chased off the field.
It's true. And in such a short season like this, you'd think even in the NESCAC playoffs they might have a good amount of experience against some of these guys. But if the Jumbos are fortunate enough to get to that point and have some success, there'll still be a bit of uncertainty as far as the tendencies of the other team's hitters.
As we have coming up to bat for the potential last inning for the Mules, number 34, Noah Reichman, the freshman.
McFall taking his time for delivering his first pitch of the season.
It's a ball in the dirt for ball 1. You know, they say closers have some of the wackiest minds in baseball, some of the craziest routines. Partially just due to the amount of stress they're under to close out a game. It'd be absolutely perfect.
No doubt. A little less stress in a 4-0 ball game, but certainly no lead is ever safe.
As he fouls it back, almost gets it for strike number 1.
And for me, Cougar, my favorite closer quirk that you see with a lot of them are the arm hangs that, you know, I know is very famous to Craig Kimbrell, among others. Always really gets me.
Yeah, there's definitely been some fun closers over the years. As he takes for strike 2, including San Diego Padres, as of course I'm from San Diego. The San Diego Padres' own Heath Bell, who would sprint from the center field opening from the bullpen, sprint down. Ooh, we get a long hit to center field, who looks like he's able to catch it for out number 1. He would sprint from center field. Granted, he wasn't necessarily the smallest man, so it was quite the sight. And then slide into the pitcher's mound, somehow never injuring himself.
Impressive. I'm sure it would give the manager a heart attack every now and then just to see him do that. But fortunately, danger was averted.
He was certainly out of breath by the end of his career. As we have number 15?
19, I believe.
19.
Panker, the left fielder.
As he takes for strike 2, leading to an 0-2 count.
Nice pitch.
Not bad for McFall.
No. Smaller batter like Panker. Good to get him stretched out across the plate.
Yeah, Panker is only 5'8". As he grounds one to third, he's able to pick it up and drops it. First baseman, drops it. Kyle Cortez not able to get the throw in.
Bit of a lapse from Cortez. Hopefully does not cost the Jumbos. I always wonder if those first basemen react poorly to the footsteps they hear, that were pretty noticeable with a speedster like Panker. I'd imagine I would get somewhat uppity when I hear that player coming, but then again, that's why I'm no first baseman.
I think I'd be more worried for some of the shortstop, third, and second baseman, especially if they see him running and really sprinting. Your Andrew McCutcheons of baseball.
Be afraid to get cleated. And McFall recognizing the importance of that runner at first, as evidenced by his speed as well. Want to make sure that he's not getting any sort of big lead to chip into this lead.
As number 10 is up, Jonah Katz. Almost swings, but takes for ball number 1 here.
Once again, the ump not having Bowman's framework. Thought it was potentially worthy of a strike there.
As we get a foul ball down the third base line into left field.
Amazing how the left fielder had absolutely no shot at that ball from the get-go, yet still stays within the bounds of the field. Kind of reminds me of I believe it's the OCO Coliseum out in Oakland. That used to be home to the Raiders, and for that reason has those wide sides to the lines.
Well, you might as well run at it.
Absolutely. A la Heath Bell.
As we have a 1-1 count here with 1 out. Takes for ball 2. Has Katz here. Katz, a nice last name, not a great movie, as the pickoff is unsuccessful.
So they say. Can't say I've seen it myself, but that might be part of the reason why reviews aren't exactly raving. Also, but a great deli, I will say, in compensation.
As he hits it to second, going to try and turn the play, gets 1, able to get 2, and that is your ball game. Tufts Jumbos win 4-0 against the Colby Mules in the first game of the day. This is Cougar Hansen.
And Max Goldfarb.
And thank you for listening to our broadcast. Please turn back at approximately 3:30 for the next game.
With the speed of this game, you viewers will get a nice hour break, but be sure to tune back, as like Cougar said, we will be getting kicked off with game 2 around 3:30.
And thank you for listening.
And welcome back here to Huskins Field for the game 2 of our doubleheader today. Apologize for the little bit of a late start, but we're going right now. Just to catch you up, what we've had so far is I believe a ground out to first base. We had an error by the third baseman, an overthrow. It was a tough play, and it didn't lead to any advance by the base runner. I'm Scott Blatt, joined by Ethan Zaroni here.
Hello.
Ethan, what are your thoughts today? What are you expecting to see from this game?
I expect to see Jumbos continue their winning ways. Going here into the second game of the doubleheader. The ball is hit hard.
Oh, another error. That's gonna kill. That's gonna die out there in the outfield. Definitely wasn't the easiest play out there in the middle of the infield, but you really want to see that. And at the very least, it'd be better if they didn't touch it, because you might be able to get the runner to stop at second. But that ball just died out there in the outfield. All of a sudden, now you have first and third.
2 errors in this top of the first here for the Jumbos.
Yeah, after a pretty clean game first time around, what we had was, I believe, 1 error maybe in the second inning. After that, it was great defensive game for the Jumbos. Not so here. You got to feel for Reed out there, our starting pitcher. That can fluster you. You see a pitch just a little below the knees for ball 1. And that looks, and a little outside the, seems like about the right height. Down 2-0, never want to do that, especially to the number 4 hitter, Nostri here for the Mules. Pitch, and gets rolls over a bit, fouls it away. Now 2-1 on the count. And down and away now, 3-1. This is a real tough choice for a pitcher, Ethan.
Yeah.
Down 3-1 to the cleanup hitter. What do you do?
I don't know. You can't really walk him here. Walk the bases loaded with only 1 out. It's not a good way to start off this game.
No, it is
so I think
not.
you gotta throw a strike.
Oh, he got him. Good pitch, a little up. Really unsure swing there by Nostri. A full count now, 3-2.
Really big moment, even so early on in this game.
Yeah, given the lack of offense in game 1, I wonder if we'll see first base runner try to run on the full count here. Let's see, and he's not running. Oh, he got him, strike 3. Great pitch dotting the corner, sending Nostri down for the second out of the inning. Next up, we have number 4, Russell for the Mules. He is the shortstop today. A little up, little away, ball 1. Strike 1, good pitch. Got him to chase. And I will say, I mean, even though you have 2 base runners on, they're both, let's say moderately hit, but on the ground, you haven't had real significant contact yet, which is still a good sign for the Jumbos.
Yeah, both reached on errors, so.
And the runner's off. There's a strike, and there's no play at second base. Clean steal or defensive indifference, whatever way you want to put it. It's now second and third with 2 outs. Single here could easily drive in 2. Oh, there we go. He blew him away.
And Reed gets out of the jam there.
Yeah, real good play by Reed. Real good pitching, working around the 2 errors. It can go both ways. Obviously, if you don't get around them, that can hurt. But right now, it could be a confidence boost, saying, "Hey, I can do it myself," and the defense will get better. 2 errors in 1 inning. You probably won't see that again.
I do believe one of those was ruled as a hit officially.
Yeah, I'm guessing the one down
One
third
down.
base.
Really? I was thinking the other one. The one down.
Well, I think the one
shortstop
down.
base handle?
I think
I
the
don't
one.
know. It could be either one.
Yeah, I mean the one down third base though. I don't think we covered. We hadn't gotten the stream up yet. It was a real tough play. The throw was pretty errant, but the runner didn't advance, which is why I'm guessing that might be a hit. The other one, you had the ball just glance off his glove. And on the mound today for the Mules, we have number 27, Frank Driscoll. And see, of course, every player, as you notice, wearing masks. It's part of the rules here to wear masks, even when you're pitching, fielding, whatever. We'll see how that impacts the play. A couple more warm-up pitches and we'll get going here.
So control 5 to camera, control 4 to back to this. We lost slack. How did we lose slack?
That's just as far as it goes.
All right, here we are, ready to get the inning underway. See, leading off for the Jumbos, you have number 2, Jimmy Evans. He's a sophomore.
Can't tell if it's getting.
And low and away, ball 1. And we have our next pitch. Oh, Evans pop up sky high. It's tailing into foul territory. Not sure anyone's going to get there, and it falls. For those of you who tuned into the first game, you heard a good bit of discussion on how wide the foul territory here is. You really see that, especially down that third base line. Because the earlier commentators mentioned, very reminiscent of the Oakland Coliseum. It just seems to go on forever. And a lot of these balls, I mean, they'll stay in play, but that doesn't make them catchable by any means.
Yep, and hello. We've had some switch in the commentary booth. My name's Dan Mahoney. I'll be joining at least for now.
And got him with the strike there, up and right at the top of the strike zone. Puts the count now at 1-2 for Evans. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Little up, good take by Evans. It's gonna be up and away, hard for left-handers to fight off, so real good take there, make it 2-2. And he'll foul that one off, almost straight back. Still 2-2. Good job by Evans, leadoff hitter here. Working the pitcher and making him throw his pitches. Letting everyone get a good look.
Yeah, putting up a good fight so far. See if he can finish it off getting on base here.
And he's going to foul out again. That's hit a little further. Still what you're seeing here is on Evans, 3 fouls all to the left side. So seems to be a little behind there. I believe all 3 have come on fastballs. So look for Evans and the Jumbos overall. Need to try to catch up just a little bit if that bat goes back in play. And that's a good eye there. You saw him load up for a bit there, but ball bounced about a foot in front of the plate. Now I got a full count. I think it's already a 7-pitch at bat. So no matter what here, it's a small victory. You want to see getting the game off right.
Yeah, really good at that, working back to a full count now. Payoff pitch on the leadoff batter. Be a good start for the Jumbos early.
And he blew it by him. Strike 3 still, like we said, 8-pitch at bat, not bad, not bad. But what you saw there is, even on the 3 pieces Evans made contact with, you saw him all go down that third base line, or around that third base line. He's clearly a little behind there, and he couldn't catch up to that fastball. And hopefully that'll change as I see Kyle Cortez come up to the plate now. Second left-hander in a row for the Jumbos. You take a ball low in. And Cortez is actually a right-handed fielder. He throws right-handed. He's one of the left-handed batters. Only a couple other of those on the Jumbos. There's a strike. Hits the outside corner right there. It's now 1-1. Does look like that he's bringing a solid amount of speed here. Driscoll, that is. Jumbos need to catch up.
Yeah, really good after the first at-bat. Tough at-bat there from Driscoll, but he worked the strikeout now. Trying to work it into a groove, get some momentum, get through this first inning pretty easily.
Yeah, as the count goes to 2-1, of course your classic hitters count. See what Driscoll decides to do here. Oh, that's hit far. Going back in center, looking up. And he dropped it. He wasn't able to get it up against the wall. Cortez is going to head towards third, and he's going to get in standing. He powered that one out to dead away center field, farthest part of the ballpark, and it looks like it landed on the warning track. I'm not sure if the center fielder got a glove on it. Either way, it falls in for a stand-up triple.
Yeah, very nearly caught that ball. A good attempt from there in center. Dragged it, followed it all the way in, but couldn't quite bring it down on the warning track. And just like that, there's a runner on third. The Jumbo is looking for the first run just 90 feet away.
Absolutely. A couple feet either way, and you either have a home run or an out. And there's a line drive single up the middle. Here comes Cortez. And the Jumbos take an early lead. De Maria with that's more like it. A hard single up the middle. He had a couple hits last game as well, I believe. Sorry, I think he had one hit and also hit by pitch. So that's the third time already today over both games that he's been on base. And the Jumbos already up 1-0. Of course, it took, I believe, till the 5th or 6th inning last game for anyone to put up any runs. Oh, pass ball there. It's going to be an easy advance for De Maria. That was ball, but wasn't too far out of the strike zone. Looks like it just glanced off the catcher's glove. Maybe took his eyes off it for a second, and Jumbo's back in scoring position.
Yeah, and we're talking about De Maria. He was the star of the team back even in his freshman year. Looks so good for the Jumbos. And now when he gets his chance, just a simple base knock gives the Jumbos a very early lead. And just like that, he's already in scoring position. Absolutely.
Now we have the DH batting, as you can see, number 33, and that would be Noon, Ryan Noon. Another one of those batting left-handed, throws right-handed. Of course, you won't be able to see him throw today, but let's see. Barrage of left-handers. 3 of the first 4 are batting lefty today. A little late there, threw it by him. See a foul there, putting him down in the count 1-2.
Driscoll taking a steps off the mound for a second now. in for the 1-2 pitch into noon.
And here's the pitch. Ground ball right at the, oh, crazy hop, and that's going to get by him. And Noon is going to be on with a single as Di Maria holds at second. Be interested to see what the scoring was there. It looked like a routine ground ball, but that definitely exploded right off the grass there. And a really tough hop that ate up the third baseman.
Yeah, they call it the hot corner for a reason. That's a really tough play. They will actually put that one down as an error, so that will be an error there. First error on the day, or for the game for Colby, and just like that, it's first and second for the Jumbos.
Yeah, definitely. First inning plagued by errors on both sides. The Jumbos have been the ones to take advantage so far. As you see, ball a little low there. Catcher tried to frame it, but a little too much there. Umpire wasn't going for it. And a hit by pitch, yeah.
Things are going quickly from bad to worse for Driscoll here on the mound.
Yeah, Driscoll's clearly a little rattled, I think. What you saw in the first half of the inning, with 2 errors by the Jumbos, it didn't get to Reed. He was able to get right out of the inning. Driscoll's clearly letting both the hits, the deep hits, as well as the error by his third baseman get to him, and he's a little off his game right now. The Jumbos now have bases loaded, only 1 out. And now you have Ryan Dawes, the senior, up, looking to take advantage. And that's a strike. Looks like a little get me over off speed pitch. And putting Days down 0-1 in the count. Runners lead off first, second, and third. As Dawes takes the ball, it is now 1-1 in the count. Driscoll winds in the pitch. Low and away, way away, and is now 2-1. This is really an ideal spot for a hitter. Obviously, Driscoll can't afford a walk here. And if he has any control left, he's going to need to find the strike zone next couple pitches. Probably leaving something there for Dawes to be able to hit.
Yeah, Mill having to work behind the plate. He's already had a pass ball, hit by pitch to deal with. That one was tough, and now Driscoll just trying to recover.
Dawes, I think he held up. An appeal, yeah, he didn't go. Looks like he was, he definitely thought about it. He was pretty close, but takes a good look there, and he takes a ball. It's now 3-1, and Driscoll needs to find the strike zone here, or else the Jumbos are going to add another insurance run.
Yeah, you really don't be walking in a run so early, of course. I mean, it's tough.
She pops it straight back behind the press box here.
Listen for the car alarms. No?
I think we're good this time.
Okay.
Count is now full, and again, of course, the Jumbos already have a run, but Driscoll's, not only has he given up a bunch of base runners, he's had some long counts. That's going to drive up his pitch count. And Jumbo's definitely looking to get into the Mules bullpen earlier today, and they're off to a good start. And here's the full count pitch. And that's ripped into the gap. That's going to get down. 1 run is in. They're going to hold a runner at third. A solid piece of hitting to left center, and it is 2-0 Jumbos. Dawes with the RBI. The Jumbos add to their early lead.
Yeah, just slowly working it around the bases. Another just simple base knock knocks in Di Maria. And you know, Tufts third base coach decides not to send Noon from third. But at this point, you're looking really good. Still just 1 out. You're perfectly happy to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and I think that was probably the right choice. Just looking at where Noon was, about to round the base as the throw is already coming in. That a tight play at home. Now you see Flavin. That's outside. Not really that close. You can see the catcher still jumping out of his crouch to go grab it. That's telling you that Driscoll's a little off to the strike zone right now.
Yeah, and it's tough for him. I mean, he's thrown a few in there. He got the big strikeout to start the inning, but after that, all the strikes have been hits. Haven't been able to put it by.
Here's the pitch. I think that hit him. Yeah, it did. And it is 3-0. Man, oh man. You never want to hit by pitch, but you really don't want to hit by pitch with the bases loaded. It's going to drive in a third run. Clearly, Driscoll is struggling with his control right now.
Yeah, and we'll see. Yeah, we do see coming out for a talk is going to be the Colby coach. Need to calm Driscoll down at this point, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely need that. I mean, struggling with control. When he's able to find the strike zone, he's giving up hits. He really needs to settle down if you're Colby. Be interested to see. I think the bullpen might already be active. Hard to tell from our vantage point. Wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Yeah, no, the ump's trying to move it along, but I think the idea is just give him a chance. Give Driscoll a chance to settle down. You know, still the first inning. It's only 3 runs. A single ground ball could get you out of it. Oh no, never mind.
Looks like Driscoll he might be coming out here.
Wow, they'll be calling that early.
Yeah, I mean, I know he struggled with control. He only got through 1/3 of an inning.
And this is going to be number 23, I believe, Nicholas Thompson coming in. Thompson. Yep, Nicholas Thompson will be coming in. So they're stalling for time. They can give him just an extra second to warm up there. But now, tough position to be put in. You know.
Oh yeah.
Loaded, just 1 out. That's never easy for a reliever.
Yeah, I mean, it is only the first inning, and look, I mean, of course, stranger things have happened. 3-0 lead is, as you see, first warm-up pitch, straight to the dirt. But, I mean, usually calling people with bases loaded, 1 out, down a few runs. You just hope they can clean up and get out of it, let as little damage as possible.
Yeah.
As you see, it does make sense they bring in a left-handed. Jumbo's, of course, throwing out a pretty left-handed heavy lineup. And if not this inning, the next inning, the top of the order will come back around, and 3 of those first 4 batters will be lefties. So it does make sense that they turn to the left-hander here.
Yeah, this is already going to be the 8th batter of the inning. Reed is going to be coming up in just a second. I have to say, I bring it up any chance I get. My shining moments from my own baseball career back when I was like 10 or something like that. I came in relief, bases loaded, no outs, got out of the inning. Just saying. We'll see. Maybe Thompson can do the same. It could really, it could be 1 pitch gets out of the inning. You never know.
And clearly the stakes were much higher back then,
Well,
so should be a layup in comparison for Thompson. Yeah, of course, the Jumbo's already up 3. Runners are leading at every base. Do have the bottom of the lineup coming up, but of course, all bets are off when you have a relief pitcher coming in the first inning.
Yeah, and after, you're coming in with a new pitcher, it's certainly tough for a batter. Not what you expected, so he'll be working on the timing. It's still looking a little bit off right now. I mean, if I'm Reed, just wait for a strike. There's no reason to get ahead of yourself. Wait for him to throw you something you can try to knock around.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's almost always the advice when you have a new pitcher, especially when you have a new pitcher brought in on pretty clearly short notice. There's only so much time he's had to warm up in the bullpen. His control, it's iffy. You gotta wait. You want to let him establish the control, and don't give him pitches for strikes that aren't. As you can see, not even close, probably 4 or 5 feet in front of the plate, of course. Miles Reed is the one, I believe, who had the home run that broke the ice last game to straight over the field there in left field. Really got the Jumbos going, and he has a chance to do major damage once again. That's definitely a deliberate time by Miles. By Reed there. They're trying to throw off the pitcher's rhythm. He's coming in high stakes situation. Bases loaded, nerves are already there. Just trying to make him think more and more, get into his own head. Just fouls that off straight into the parking lot. Pretty good swing on that, pretty solid contact. Of course, just want to strain that out. Count's now 1-1. Thompson from the stretch. Rip right up the middle. That's going to be at least one. I think they're going to hold him again. Yeah, makes sense. Good throw back in. But another run, another RBI for Reed. It's his second on the day over the course of these two games. It is now 4-0 Jumbos with one out in the inning.
Yeah, it means they can just do no wrong at this point. Just a little base knock goes right back up the middle, right between second and short. Never had a chance, and that'll be another run so early on in this game.
Yeah, and that would now make 7 straight batters that have reached base, as of course Evans was the only one to get out, and he struck out to lead the game. That's a good off-speed pitch.
Yeah, Parada's way
Yeah,
up
got.
for that one.
Yeah, Prado clear going up there, 4-0. You got more freedom to just try and really blow this game open, and good recognition by Thompson there. There's the pitch, and he grazes it, fouls it back, and it's now 0-2. First time in a while we've seen a Mules pitcher actually get ahead of a batter.
Yeah.
Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. Couple good pitches off speed. I think, again, it looks like Parada was a bit out in front, so now he has a lot of room to work with. You go back off speed, maybe just try to blow right by him.
The pitch, and it looks like it's a little out and a low. Catcher thought it was definitely close. You can tell by his frame job, but umpire wasn't buying it. Now back to 1-2. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Oh, got him with the off speed. Good pitch right there, and it's now 2 away.
Yeah, and you see Parada as he's walking by, gives a couple tips to Evans as he comes back up for the second at-bat already in this game.
Yeah, the Jumbos have officially batted around. This will now mark the 10th batter to bat in this first inning. Dale, it's pretty funny. In the first game, we'd probably be in the 3rd inning by now.
Yeah.
It's the pitch, and he blows it by him. Evans still behind. You can remember from his first at-bat, in this, of course, this same inning. He fouled 3 off, but he was behind on all of them, struck out on a fastball to put him away. He seems to be still a little behind, even with this new pitcher. Oh, that's hit well. That's hit well. That's going over his head. Up against the wall. Run is in. 2 runs are in, and 3 runs are in. Evans is going to be into 3rd with a stand-up, bases clearing triple.
And you could tell all he needed was one pitch to get a hold of, and he knew he could break it open. Had some difficulty, swung past the fastball this at-bat and the previous one, but as soon as he got a hold of one, over the head of McConnell out in center field, and that'll make it already a 7-0 ball game for the
Wow.
Mules.
Of course, the Jumbos had no runs through 4.5 innings, I believe, this time in the last game. What a difference a game makes. It's now 7-0. Number 7 at the plate. Right down the middle there for strike 1 to Cortese.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the second ball that's now gone over the head of the center fielder. Do you think you're playing a little bit back at this point?
That one, I mean, I don't know about that one. That was really, we see a strike there. That was a pretty classic 12-6 curveball. A lot of downward movement on it. And I think the center fielder, I mean, there's not too much you can do. I mean, I agree, he might be a little shallow, but I mean, that one took one bounce at the wall. I mean, no matter how far back, you're probably not going to be able to get that one. That was just well hit.
Yeah. The only thing is, I'm looking at it, I feel like out and right, you see Maestri. It's playing a bit deeper. I mean, it is a pretty short fence out there in right field, so it makes sense. But
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you compare him to the left fielder out there. Right fielder is much deeper. Wonder if that's a product of the being left-hander at bat. Off-speed pitch. Definitely got Cortese leaning, and good job by Cortese. Foul it away, keep himself alive. Oh, that is crushed. Long, way back, way out of here. Home run, Cortese. That was absolutely crushed. It is now 9-0 Jumbos. He got a hold of that, and now you see why the right fielder is playing so far back.
Yeah, and that again shows the short pass. It's just a 309 out there to the corner, but that one was very deep back on basically the railroad tracks back there in right field. And already in the first inning, Cortese's halfway to he's the difficult halfway to a cycle. He got a
Absolutely, yeah,
triple and a
true.
home run already.
Absolutely, good point. And I mean, if you were able to see the right fielder there, he knew immediately. He just watched it go. It was nowhere close, way out of here. See a foul ball. This is probably going to get out on top of the bullpens over here. See De Maria back up to plate again for the second time. He had ripped a single the first time. Was able to drive in a run. And here is the pitch. Up and away ball.
Yeah, and I think after that home run clears the bases, we're seeing Thompson now going from the windup for the first time this game. We'll see if it gives him a chance to settle in just a little bit, maybe finally get out of this tough inning for the Mules.
There's a sky high. That is going to be close. I think it's going to get. Oh, it's not going to get out. That's a good catch over there. Again by the bullpen.
Yeah, that's McGee. What a catch. D. Maria's saying, well, I don't know, he's basically in the bullpen. Does that count as being out of play? But no, field rules, that one is in play. That'll be a foul pop-up to end the inning. As after it's all said and done, it will be 9 runs on 6 hits for the Jumbos.
I believe 6 of those will be charged to the starting pitcher Driscoll, the rest to Thompson. Now you see Reed coming back out here. Obviously, what a difference an inning makes. He was going out there 0-0. First inning, who knows, still new game. The previous game was pretty close up until the end, and all of a sudden, he has a 9-0 lead after just a half inning. Talk about taking some pressure off his shoulders.
Oh yeah, for sure. Feel much better on the mound there. And meanwhile, on the other side, obviously it was a very tough inning. But what do you tell you guys? How do you just make a dent? How do you just get you guys to try to start a momentum, try to start a rally of some kind to get back in this game?
You just gotta start with a single hit. It's baseball. You can't do too much too fast. It really is. You gotta string some hits together, but it all starts with one good piece of contact or 2 in a row. Making a dent in 9-0. You need to get a couple runs here and there, and just have them keep adding up. And I think we heard the Tufts coaches tell his players the same thing, which is there's a lot of baseball left. There's still 6 full innings left.
Oh yeah.
So by no means is Colby short for innings. They're just way down on the scoreboard, and obviously it can be pretty easy to get dejected going down 9-0 after just a half inning.
Yeah, and that's the magic of baseball. There's no time limit. You could score. They could easily. Well, it's always difficult, but they could easily just score 9 runs back. You never know.
Right.
Anything could happen.
I always like to think. Hey, if they did it, so can we.
Right.
Obviously, as a Tufts fan, you hope that's not the case, and they'd be hard pressed to do so. Of course, the only 2 base runners in the first inning reached on ground balls. That did not leave the infield, barring an error.
You were still editing this.
See, it is now 2-0.
This is third baseman Reichman up at the plate right now.
Here's the pitch. Blew it by him for strike 1. From the windup and the pitch. Ground ball right to the shortstop. Should be a routine play, and it is. Short to first. 1 away. Again, all the contact we've seen so far has been on the ground for Reed. That's obviously a good sign especially if you're looking to just preserve the lead. Of course, you can get some balls on the ground that'll get through, but you really need those big fly balls if you're the Mules and really trying to get back into it. And it's a little low and away. And it looks like it was closer to the ankles than the knees for a ball.
Yeah, this is going to be the left fielder, number 20, hecked up to the plate for the Mules.
And that's a strike right below the letters, making it 1-1. Same place, a little lower, and it's going to be a strike. Clearly the batter didn't think so. He thought it was a little too far outside, but especially when you have a 9-0 lead, umpire, if they're going to be inclined to any team, it might be the Jumbos at this point. Great pitch.
Off speed, he's got him swinging way out in front, and Meyer is just cruising right now through the Mules offense.
Absolutely. And now with 2 away, you can see some dejection setting in that, of course, had already set in, but even more so on the Colby bench. Same pitch, same place as the first pitch to the last batter. A little down, a little away. Ball 1, but I think that's what the Jumbos would call a good miss, setting the tone that he can hit his spots. Blew it by him for strike 1. And you can just see Reed, I mean, he's getting the ball and he's going right to work. With that 9-0 lead, he's feeling confident and he's just ready to throw the ball and keep working through this lineup. That's a good pitch, caught the top of the strike zone again. A little tight, and the Mules didn't think so, but that'll put them down 1-2 in the count. And there's the pitch, and he got him, strike 3. He just lives on the outside corner there and hit his pitches, and it's a really easy 1-2-3 inning. The Jumbos now preserve their 9-0 lead heading into the bottom of the second.
You're in the 2 hole, you know that, right? You're in the 2 hole in Cortez's spot, so you're after fucking ass. Hey, don't let up in here. Don't let up, right? Win all 7. Win all 7. Let's go. Win all 7. Don't let up. Win all 7.
And you can hear the message from the Jumbos coaches is win all 7. That, yeah, sure, they won the first inning, but it's a lot more innings to play. And even if the game's not exactly close, of course, this is the beginning of the season. You want to get a lot of people get some work in, so you'll probably see some lineup adjustments if this score continues to hold, and get some more people some work in the game on the Jumbo side. Probably the same for the Mules side as well. A lot of games left to be played. And up to the plate now. You see a foul ball there. We have Noon. Of course, Noon was able to get on base, I believe, on the. He lined a single up the middle. It drove in Di Maria. And he himself, of course, scored in that prolific outburst in that first inning there. And not that it matters, but another ball getting by the catcher. Put the count at 1-1, as you see here. Of course, Noon up again. You see lefty on lefty action, which is, I guess, I'm sure what the Mules were hoping that would happen was that you'd be able to have Thompson get to this part of the lineup, ideally with less damage than he gave up, but nonetheless, it is now 2-1 on the count to noon. And the pitch fouled over onto the softball field, putting the count at 2-2.
Speaking of softball, it looks like the first game of their doubleheader over there has ended. So that second game will also be on JumboCast. TuftsJumboCast.com.
Ground ball to the third baseman. Throw and got him. Routine play. One of the first, I should say, routine plays for the Mules all day.
Yeah, that's basically it's pretty close to what he hit last time. Unfortunately, last time third baseman Reichman had a bit difficulty on the hop, but this time just stayed on the ground and able to, yeah, I think that's okay, so other than the foul hop fly, that's the first defensive in play that the Mules have made.
Yeah, that just shows, I mean, obviously you can't sustain that forever, but when you have that many balls being put in play, and there you go, just another hit by pitch. I believe that's the third of this game alone. And definitely, I mean, it's 9-0. I don't think there's any intent there. That's just Thompson struggling with control.
Yep, and Sewell was ready for that one. He, didn't try to wait too much, just sort of turned his body, took the hit, take one for the team, and get on to first.
Yeah, and here comes Dawes. In the dirt, good stop by the catcher. But it's still a ball, 1-0 in the count. Jumbo's having a base runner yet again. Pitch, threw it by him, strike one. Good pitch down and away. Getting Dawes to chase. Back in the stretch is Thompson. Winds and the pitch. Got the top of the strike zone right at the letters. Similar to what we saw, I believe, in the last half inning. Colby didn't like that call, and of course this time the Jumbo's bench a little irate, thinking that was a ball. Here's the pitch. Pop, this is gonna be tough play if it's gonna be staying or not, and he got it.
That's McGee again. He's having a busy day out there in the foul territory behind the first base.
Yeah, again, even though, I mean, it's nowhere near, I don't think it's as far down the line there as the space out there in down the third base line. I mean, a lot of space here between third base and the foul line and the fence. A lot of smaller stadiums. That might be over the fence, but instead it's an out. There's two away. Right down the heart of the plate for a strike. Two, I believe that is Flavin now batting.
He was hit by pitch in his first go around, so he'll have his first true at bat perhaps here.
Good pitch. Flavin didn't think so. He took a little bit of a longer look at that placement. But it caught the corner, and that'll put him down in the hole 0-2. And here is the pitch. Down and in for a ball, putting it at 1-2.
So Thompson take quite a few looks over
Yeah.
at first base and Sewell there. At this point, I mean, especially when there's two outs, but basically always I'm telling my pitcher and defense, just worry about the batter right now.
And I mean, especially when it's 9-0. I mean,
Yeah.
look, I mean, if Tufts runs, but you need to just focus on getting outs here.
Yeah, but he had a couple pitches to start this at that, but now it's back to 2-2.
Yeah, and not sure, I mean, one of those was intentional, but both pitches both down it, and then probably too far in to be appetizing at the plate there for Flavin. Sending it back to even. Pitch. That's going to find the hole out there for a single. Splits the third and the shortstop. And that's Flavin's first hit and his first real at-bat. On-base percentage 1,000 today. As do, I believe, most of the Jumbos at this point.
Yeah, so far this game. Yep, and again, I mean, it seems for a second there that Thompson was getting into a bit more of a rhythm. He had that one pitch that got away from him for the hit by pitch, but otherwise a couple of nice ground balls. Unfortunately for that one, just didn't go to the right spot for him.
Yeah, that's more unlucky than actually making a bad pitch, and that is driven. I believe it's tailing foul, but he got some real solid distance on that. I believe once again that's Miles Reed with the home. He pulled the home run right over the fence in the first game to give the Jumbos at the time 1-0 lead in their first run of the young season. So he is off to a good start, batting down in the bottom of the order.
Yep, and in his first at-bat here in the second game, he had a single and then scored the run on the triple.
Just the pitch out. You could tell right from the beginning, Thompson lost the control a bit there. That sailed way too high, and it's now 1-1. Comes to a set. And the pitch. And that's driven, but I don't think it's going to hang up. Right fielder comes in, makes the catch to put Miles Reed away. The Jumbos go relatively quietly in that inning. Of course, anything's going to look quiet compared to a 9-run first inning. And after 2 is the Jumbos 9, the Mules nothing. And we have Mayer going back out there for his third inning of work. I want to apologize to him. We had the wrong name listed next to number 17 on our sheets here. We were misidentifying him for the first couple innings. We've gotten that fixed. And been Mayer, of course, who's been pitching pretty solid for the first 2. No runs given up, a couple base runners on 1 hit, 1 error. And
Yeah, and he's got 4 strikeouts as well through 2 innings, so quite the day so far. Of course, the Jumbos will hope we can go pretty deep into this game, and given the lead they have, they'll probably give them a bit more slack.
absolutely. Not definitely no real pressure here. The Jumbos have, they can give him a longer leash than, of course, the Mules gave Driscoll, who lasted all of a third of an inning.
Yep, and so this will be 9-1-2 in the batting order for the Mules. So this will be McGee's first at-bat of the game. He's been busy out there at first base, but he'll take his first at-bat and then back to the top of the order.
Yeah, and he's played a pretty solid game out there defensively. Of course, making both of those, especially that first one, was a bit tougher play, all the way down at the edge of the field. And that's right there for a strike.
See, I mean, I think probably because of the bottom part of the order, but you see the outfield here for the Jumbos playing pretty far in.
Absolutely. There you go again, paints the plate. And quickly, just blowing it right by McGee. Get really ahead, and Mayer is really working fast here. He's waiting for the batter. There's the pitch. It's a weak ground ball foul. And you could just tell that was really a defensive swing up there by McGee. He was very late on that. He's lucky to make contact, but And Myers really got him in the hole here because McGee just cannot seem to catch up with that fastball. So pitch. Looks like he held up on the off speed. Makes sense after throwing 3 straight fastballs. That McGee was already struggling with throwing another off speed pitch, really just to confuse him.
Yeah, you can hear the wind picking up over here, making it more
McGee strokes this, but it's going to be caught out there in right field. That was still looked almost a little defensive, but he was able to get some good metal on that, but hung up enough, and that will make one away. That was probably the hardest hit ball by far for the Mules today.
Yeah.
I believe it might be the first ball that left the infield.
I believe that's true.
On the air, I should say, in the air.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it looked a bit uncomfortable with that swing. It looked like it. You see, maybe that's why that right fielder, Evans, is playing a little bit shallower. That doesn't have quite the power and is able to make an easy out as the first strike comes in to McConnell.
Absolutely. And what you're really seeing here from Mayer is good early count pitching. He's able to hit his spots, and he's getting ahead of batters, something neither of the Mules pitchers have been able to do, and you can see the difference it's making. That's a good miss, even though it's outside and low. It's really tempting for the batter, and of course Mayer is now putting that in the batter's mind that, hey, I can hit that spot. And the consistency with which he's been hitting his spots is really impressive. Catches the top of the zone with the off speed, and it's now 1-2. Looked like it was a little away. Tried to throw that same pitch. Missed just a bit this time, and it's now 2-2. And the pitch. Swings and a ground ball to third. The throw, plenty of time. That was a really good job by the third baseman there. He came in on the ball and got that on the second or third hop before it took that extra hop that, of course, that can make it really difficult. We saw that in the first inning with the Mules third baseman who let that ball bounce and ate him up. So good play there over at third and an easy out. There's 2 away.
Yeah, that's Dawes over there. I guess I think I had my lineup messed up. I thought it was Cortese out there, but no, it looks like number 8 Dawes making the play there over at third. I'll need my binoculars, but maybe there have been some changes in the defense. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, of course, definitely a little difficult for us to hear. No PA announcer. I believe this game we're trying to minimize the PA announcements.
Yes, I'll try to update. We'll see. It's I think Nate Bazella out there at short right now, so he's coming in for someone probably.
I believe
we'll find out who as the lineup comes through.
I believe it might have been Cortese.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
which I guess makes sense because I can remember hearing some bench chatter that Cortese might be subbed out soon. Of course, that's probably just to give him a rest. And there's the pitch, and just blew it right by the batter, I believe. That is O'Brien at the and the pitch. Strike 3 right by him. Another easy inning for Mayer. That makes 3 scoreless. The Jumbos will take their 9-0 lead into the bottom of the third.
Yeah, making it look easy out there is Cameron Mayer. And I will update. I believe we have confirmation that it is, let's see. Coming in for Cortese is Nate Bazell. Let's see. Bazell is a junior from New Canaan, Connecticut, right outside New York, and he will come in playing short, and Dawes has moved over to third.
Mid-thigh up, we're attacking. Mid-thigh down, we're letting go.
And we see coming back out is going to be Thompson, working on, he's gone through about an inning and 2/3 so far. They'll leave him out. I think at this point he's basically a long reliever. We'll see. They'll just try to leave him in. get some innings out of him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he gave up, what, 3 runs already in that first inning, so it's definitely not like he's been a lockdown. But at this point, with a 9-0 lead, Colby not really getting anything going on the offensive side. And they're probably just looking more to get through this game and get him some work.
Yeah, and I believe the schedule has changed many times. I believe, if I understand correctly, there will be another doubleheader tomorrow at Colby. So I think that's how they've been doing these little series this season because of COVID protocols. That no overnight travel, and they're doing these doubleheader games back to back here at Tufts today, and then a couple games tomorrow at Colby.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense because you've really heard, especially in the last few innings, Tufts coaches emphasize this is a series, and you want to take a good look at all these pitchers right now because you never know when you'll see them again, especially the relief pitchers.
Yep, and this is Parada coming in for his second at bat. The only player so far on Jumbos who hasn't made it on base yet. He struck out in his first at bat against Thompson, so now he'll have a second chance at him.
When every other player has made it on base, that's usually a good sign. And
Pretty close to us, you know. I wasn't. Maybe if I was, you know, if you were 10 feet taller, you could catch that one.
yeah, I mean, just double in size real quick.
Yeah.
The good thing is, at least for me, Ethan, who's doing the camera, is standing right in front of me, so it would hit him first.
Followed up with a big swing and a miss, and that's going to be another strikeout for Parada.
And look, Thompson, he has settled down. I mean, it's definitely really challenging to come in with the bases loaded in the middle of an inning like that. But as he's gotten more work, you have seen him strike out some people. You've seen him get some more control. As you see, I believe Evans come back up to the plate. Of course, Evans got Evans got Thompson's number the first time he saw him. They triple. Cleared the bases. The pitch that's low and away. You can see Thompson. Yeah, Thompson definitely had. It was only been in 2 innings ago. He definitely has that locked in his mind that Evans was the one who absolutely crushed that ball to the gap off him. Seems to be avoiding him going low and away versus in, where Evans hit the ball last time. And there's a strike. Dots the outside corner again, making it 2-1 in the count.
Yeah, I think a decent chance Evans was just taken there after a couple of bad misses from Thompson, but now he's back in this at bat. 2-1 count.
Here's the pitch, and Evans gets under it, a little sky-high pop-up. This is tailing down the line. Will they be able to get there? They won't.
Yeah, that was a long run for Hecht out there in left field, and couldn't quite reach it in foul territory.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the left-hander, he might have been shading over to begin with. Especially when you saw Evans pull that ball earlier, as you can see. Yeah, he's playing pretty far, pretty close to center field, I believe. Making it a little difficult because a right-hander might have had a better opportunity with a different starting position. Here's the pitch. And that is another sky-high pop-up. This one's going to stay in the infield. You see the shortstop claiming it, and he will make the catch for the second out of the inning. And once again, Thompson, ever since that first inning, has been getting the better of Tufts hitters. And now we see, I believe, Nate Bazzella coming up for what I believe is his first at-bat
I think so.
of the game. And like we said, only being the 3rd inning here, but Jumbo's trying to get a lot of people some work. So I really would expect, especially the people coming off the bench, probably to go up there with an aggressive mindset, try to make an impression on the coaches, on the rest of their team. Walks are great, but they don't necessarily create a lasting image. And it looks like that hit him, so much for the lasting impression. Not really a choice there. And once again, I believe that's the 4th hit batter already of the game. You may not see that many in a series.
Yeah, that one I wouldn't have thought it hit him, but it must have just clipped his
Yeah,
foot.
the ball's already in the dirt, so kicked up some dirt, and from our vantage point, just looks like it's bouncing the dirt like so many of the pitches have today, but not the case, it seems. He knew right away. Here's the pitch. Oh, that is roped on a line, but hangs up for the center fielder to make that catch. That was really good contact, I will say, though. I believe that.
Yeah, from Di Maria.
Yeah, that was Di Maria, who's, of course, one of the Tufts key players, has already had a few hits these first games, and even though that was an out, good contact. And as we now head into the fourth inning, Cameron Mayer going back out there, no surprise. The way he's been playing and pitching, no reason to even think about taking him out with the 9-0 lead.
Yep, and coming up to bat for do you want to try pass stall for another lap? I'll try to switch. I don't know. At this point, we're is there mercy? Oh wait, maybe after 5.
'Is he coming up to bat for the Mules? Their number 3 hitter, Maher. He's the DH today. Looking to break Meyer's rhythm. And here's the first pitch of the inning. Fouled off. You're seeing aggressive mindset from the Mules. You've seen a lot of first pitch swings. Makes sense. I mean, down 9-0, you really want to generate some offense fast. And of course, one way to do that is by being aggressive and taking advantage of some early get-me-over pitches. No luck so far. Off speed, down and away for ball 1 in the dirt. 1-1 pitch. Sails up and in for ball 2. Now 2-1 to Maher. The pitch got him swinging 2-2. Maher is clearly swinging for the fences there. Tell just the way he pulled out, way he so aggressively swung but wasn't able to make any contact. Here's the pitch. Oh, he got him. Great off-speed pitch. Maher had no idea what was coming, and look, another strikeout. I believe, yeah, it's 6 on the day, and we're only in the 4th inning here. So that's 40% of the outs so far in strikeouts. Now we see Nasri coming to the plate. He is the right fielder today. Ground ball straight to the second baseman. Easy play, not even close, and Nasri is retired for the second out. 1 pitch, 1 out. Once again, you see the Mules being aggressive, trying to generate some offense, hoping to catch Meyer sleeping by being lazy with some early pitches. No luck so far. And quickly, we see Russell get into the batter's box. There you go, strike 1.
I will say, you mentioned already earlier, but it's the ground balls that Mayer's able to get. There's just been that one really fly ball, and otherwise defense has been pretty good job cleaning up. Meanwhile, I will mention number 40 is currently warming in the bullpen for Colby.
Oh, check swing, and that is going.
Hey, it works out.
I mean that just shows you when you're a pitcher, and that's the hits you're giving up on a check swing, a loop over the shortstop's head. I mean, it's one of those things. There's not much you can do there. You made your pitch that was down and away, and I mean that's going nowhere. It just happens to find a spot. That's what you've seen from Meyer. A lot of low and in pitches, generating those ground balls. When he has thrown up, he's been able to throw it by the hitters, and he's generating a lot of swings and misses on the elevated pitches. And that's obviously the really good dynamic when you're getting swings and misses on the high ones. And as you see a pickoff attempt there. And you're getting swings and misses on the high ones and soft ground balls on the low ones. You can see the wind is picking up once again. And the pitch, and he's going to catch the strike zone. That's another thing that Meyer's been doing, is he's been catching the strike zone a lot, especially early in counts, setting a really good tone for the rest of the at-bat. You see the umpire, I think, just got some dust from the wind stuck under his face, under his mask. Takes a little break there. You see Meyer goes back into the stretch. The pitch. Strike, and as you can see, batter wanted to swing there. I really thought about it to strike either way. Clearly, Meyer is in control right now. 1-2 the count and the pitch. He got him leaning, and that is a soft line drive that's going to head foul. As you can see again, Daniel, the hitter's really not certain about that. You could see he was really off balance there. Not a full swing by any means.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Man, just keeping everyone off balance. No one can really feel comfortable in the batter's box.
And the pitch, it's a ground ball. That's going to get through for a base hit. Holding at second is Russell, and that'll put runners in first and second. Even that, I mean, it was a pretty hard hit ground ball, but only a couple inches out of the reach of the first baseman there.
Yeah, maybe it's commentator's curse. I keep saying so many good things about Mayer, now he gives up a couple hits in the head. I mean, hey, you know, you got 2 outs, but still first and second, the transfer 2-out rally. Maybe Colby can get some runs on the board.
Yeah, and these are by no means being driven too far. I mean, when a ground ball pitcher, the way Mayer has been pitching, it's inevitable that 1 or 2 is going to squeak by. The key is to keeping that ball low and ground ball. I mean, when you have a 9-0 lead, 4 singles in a row, that's not going to kill you. And I mean, he can just keep going by this formula, and if a couple get by, so be it. But it's gonna be a winning strategy in the end. We see the pitch, and that is outside, I believe. Mayer was getting those calls the first couple of bats. Maybe that one's a little further outside. That's where he likes to live, especially early in the count, trying to get that first strike. Comes set, and the pitch. Got him, another good low fastball. Exactly where you want that location to be, probably a little outside the strike zone, so even if he does make contact there, it's not going too far, and now it is 2-1. Still a hitter's count. And the pitch. Too far out and away, not really that close. Now 3-1, and even though that first inning, you had some base runners on, this is, I'd say, the first time that Mayer may look a little rattled, just a little shaky with his control, especially when it's been so perfect up until now.
Yeah, really a good chance. The hitters count. You know, opportunity for a base knock here, perhaps from Hex.
And the pitch. Threw it by him again, down and away. That's where he's been living. It's been working so far. Any contact's been light, a lot of swing and misses. And it is now a full count with 2 outs. Look to see the runners off on this pitch.
Yeah, one advantage is you will get that head start out there for Russell and Reichman on the bases.
And the pitch. Fouls it off. Looks like he jammed him there. Wasn't a super certain swing. The count remains full.
Yeah, it's a good fight here. Hex is pretty good at bat. He's staying alive now, and you know, same opportunity again, base knock. Maybe in the deck you can score 2 runs even with the head start.
And here's the pitch. The runners are off again, and that is popped up. That's going to go way foul, not even that close, even with the extended foul line here, foul space.
As talking back. The cross game has now finished. Tufts Colby was going on earlier tonight, or earlier this afternoon, I should say.
And I do believe Tufts won. They had dominated that game from the beginning, so congratulations to the men's lacrosse team. And that's outside for a ball. He missed his spot there. The bases are now loaded. Wouldn't surprise me. Wondering if Tufts pitching coach might give him a visit here. Doesn't look like it. Maybe if it was a closer game, they'd consider it. But right now, with the bases loaded, but it's still a 9-0 game. As long as he can find the strike zone, that's what matters here.
And it will bring up Bill Mules, who struck out earlier in this ball game. That's his first pitch is a swing and a foul.
And it actually ends up back in fair territory. Took some really weird carom off the backstop here. Now 0-1 on the count. Big difference from last time where I believe Mayer went down 2-0 on the count. Really changes the entire pitcher's mindset. It's the pitch. Good pitch. That's where he needs to live, down and away. That's where he's been living all day. When he hits those spots, he's locked in. And right now it's 0-2. He's got a lot of room to work with here. Mayer comes to a set. And the pitch. Oh, right in there. Strike three looking. And you can just see the dejection on the Mules bench. They really thought they had an opportunity to at least put some runs up there. And not so. And Thompson's coming right back out.
Yeah, that's a tough way to go for a Bill Mill. You never want to strike out with your bat sitting on your shoulders.
Yeah.
With possible RBIs on the base pass. You see he was upset about that one. But again, it's the second time, the first inning that Mayer's gotten out of a bit of a jam for the Jumbos. And he's kept it scoreless so far.
Yeah, and they always teach that never, like you said, Daniel, never strike out looking. Especially not with the bases loaded. Always try. If it's close, you should be swinging. Even if it's to foul it off, you should be swinging. And I mean, especially when you know that Mayer has been living on the outside corner. That's where that ball's almost certainly heading. And you can hear the message from the Tufts coaches saying, "Don't let up." They're saying, "We won the first inning. It's been tied since," and that's an interesting way to look at it. Trying to motivate the team to keep doing better and keep adding on to that tally. Even though. I mean, not to jinx things, but it would take a lot from the Mules here to get back into this game.
Well, now that you said it, I think he's definitely gonna have to see an extra innings for sure. Yeah, but that's that's the message I've heard from Tufts coaches throughout, where it's win every inning. It's not just you can't just rely on one good inning. You gotta keep it up, and it's not just about this game, right? It's very early in the season, and they're already thinking about they're a good team. They've won NESCAC titles in the past, and they're already trying to plan ahead, being just be the best team they can be. And it starts here.
Absolutely, of course, last year's season canceled, but because of the Tufts is technically the defending / reigning NESCAC champions.
Change catcher. Number 10.
Oh, and that is ripped out right field. That is looking, and that is gone. Absolutely crushed by Ryan Noon. That's a good way to start off an inning. Got the Jumbos fired up after first run in the last 4 innings. It is now 10-0. They've officially cracked double digits.
Yeah, that was a no-doubter from Noon, and I wasn't even ready for it. I was still updating, but what a crack. It's the second home run of the day from the Jumbos.
Yeah, if this game is the third of the day,
Right.
you can count the first game. So Jumbos have, and you have, I think, 2 or 3 triples mixed in there, a couple doubles. The Jumbos have shown no shortage of power today. That's got to be a really good sign when you pair that with their good pitching so far. There's a ground ball up the middle. Another tough hop, and it's going to eat up the shortstop. That's been the day for Colby today. I'm guessing they will call that an error.
Yeah, that's Russell out there at short, number 4. Yep, I already see it. It's the second error of the day for the Mules. I mean, that's a tough hop, but that's one you can have,
Yeah, and
especially when you're down, you really need to have these.
it wasn't clear to me. I'm not sure if Thompson touched it. Even so, substantial distance between Thompson and the shortstop. That should give him enough time to recover. Clearly not so here.
JumboCast, I haven't been able to update, but there has been a defensive replacement, number 10, Jonah Katz now catching for the Colby.
And as many of you may be aware, no fans are technically allowed at these games. So there are no fans immediately surrounding the field. There are, however, some students ways back. I believe one of them might have a microphone or a bullhorn, trying to get the Jumbos riled up. And he's going to dot the strike zone there. That is Thompson. The strike, making it 1-1. 1 to Dawes, that is. And good off-speed pitch, but Dawes was able to hold up. He thought about it. He saw that weight shift, that bat move a little bit, but didn't go around, and it's now 2-1. Well, another hitter's count. And that's been Thompson's biggest struggle ever since both the first inning, even when he settled in a bit, is he has struggled a bit with control. That is crushed, but it's going to be right at the center fielder's head. Still a good piece of hitting, but unfortunately right at the center fielder, didn't have to move too much.
Yep, that's, I mean, hit it right back at where you came from, but that's what the center fielder's for. He's been busy out there, and now that's a couple catches he's made that were pretty routine. Will make it the first out of this inning.
Yeah, and especially when you have a 9-0 lead, Tufts coaches are very adamant. There are some good outs, and that was a good out. It was a good piece of contact. And it looks good for Dawes that he's able to make that contact. And another pass ball. He's going to run. No throw. That's another pass ball. I mean, I think they called that a ball, but that was really not too far away. Pretty clearly a passed ball there, and pretty disappointing. I mean, those are just mistakes that you can't have. 9-0, 2-0, whatever the score may be. Thompson really reared back for that one, throwing it right by him for a strike there. The pitch. Oh, that is crushed. Going back is the center fielder. It looks like he's on top of it this time. Another good piece of contact, well over 300 feet out there. Looked like it was caught right in front of the about 20 feet in front of the 379 marker there. And you can hear the Tufts coaches. I mean, those are good swings, and they're making good contact there. Those are good positive steps, especially when you're up 9-0. You can afford to have some loud outs because they bode well for the rest of the game, rest of the season.
Yeah, and those are just, a fraction of an inch away from being a double into the
Right.
gap,
And I believe that hit him again. Yeah, you can tell based on that bounce. Make that 5 hit by a pitch, batters hit by a pitch. And this game alone, 6 on the day when you consider both games. And again, Thompson, even though he's settled in a little more, of course, first he gave out the home run this inning, and I believe he's hit now 3 batters. 3 of the 4 innings he's pitched, he's hit a batter.
Yeah.
And of course, you don't want to see that.
Yeah, just, it seems to not be able to quite settle in completely. He's had some good stretches out there. Unfortunately, just occasionally loses control. And when you lose control by that much, you get just given away free bases.
Thankfully, the Jumbos have been hit generally on the foot or the arms and have not been seriously injured. You see a ground ball, that's going to hit right to the second baseman. Makes the throw. And that will end the innings. The Jumbos get 1 on the home run by Noon to lead off the inning. They get a couple more base runners, but ultimately are stuck with just the 1. Still, however, it is a 10-0 lead for the Jumbos as we now head into the second half of the game and head into the 5th inning. As we see Mayer, he's coming back on out for yet another inning. Jumbo's bench announces it'll be the number 9 hitter for the Mules, and then back to the top of the order, coming up to face Cameron Mayer. It's really interesting, Daniel, is the Jumbos only actually have 7 hits according to the scoreboard out there on the day, 10 runs. That definitely speaks, of course, they're having a lot of success at the plate, but also just control issues for both pitchers, Driscoll and Thompson, on the Mules.
Yeah, maybe 3 more runs than hits, and that's come from hit by pitches,
Yeah.
and on top of that, a couple errors in the field. So
Absolutely, yeah. 5 hit by pitches, plus 2 errors. That'll put you at 7 extra base runners. Of course, those mistakes almost always come back to bite you, and it's true in the case of the Mules today. Check swing foul ball. Once again, I mean, this is the pattern when the pitch is low and away, which that one was. The Mules are not able to get a good read on it. They're check swinging. They're looking at it go by for a strike. They're fouling it away, swinging through it. That's where Meyer's been able to live, and you see the setup right there. Oh, just a fly ball out there, not hit too deep. Easy catch out there in center. Actually, what you saw there was the catcher set up low and away. Mayer actually missed his spot there, hence why you got one of the few fly balls, as that pitch was a little more elevated than he would have liked it to. No harm done, though. It's the first out of the inning.
yeah, solid piece of contact there from McGee, the first baseman. He's had a couple of those. He actually had the solid line drive out to right field in his first at bat, but good defense, good positioning really from the Jumbos, and 2 times through the order, Mayer still kept it at a scoreless game.
And unlike the Jumbos, who of course can afford to have those moral victories when it comes to loud outs, not so for the Mules. I mean, sure, it was a good piece of contact, but at the end of the day, when you're down 9-0, you need a little more than that.
Even 10.
True, 10. Sorry, 10 now.
And up now is McConnell. He's got a couple ground outs so far this game.
And for what it's worth, I don't see anyone warming in the Jumbos bullpen. Of course, understandable given Meyer's dominance so far. And there is a good pitch, painting the corner again. That's where he needs to live. Knees, around the knees, outer half of the plate.
Yeah, I can't quite see. I do see there's someone warming up for the Mules, but I can only see the catcher, so I don't know who's there. And it's a tough angle we can't really see the
Yep.
Jumbos bullpen too well. But
Just a little outside on the pitch there, but living clearly, Mayer trying to live on the outside corner of the plate, as he should. There's a pitch. It is down the line. It is a foul ball by about a few inches there. You can tell it was foul bait. The umpire, of course, standing in foul territory, had to get it out of the way. But that was a solid piece of contact, roped down the line. And the windup and the pitch. Oh, he got him. Another strikeout looking, and another strikeout for Mayer. Look where you need to go. As actually the Jumbos make one of their few mistakes on the day. They throw it away in the infield throw around.
I mean, if those are the mistakes you make,
Right.
I think you'll take them.
You can live with those.
But that'll be now 8 strikeouts from Mayer. What a day he's been putting together.
Absolutely. Really looking dominant out there. When he's able to hit his spots, he's been unhittable. Here's the pitch, and that way outside. And I say when he's been able to hit the spots. Clearly, as the innings have gone on, maybe just a hint of fatigue. He's been just a little less consistent with hitting that outside corner, with hitting where he needs to. But still, it's been more than good enough to keep the Jumbos rolling here.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have gotten word actually that warming for the Jumbos is Spencer Langdon. Meanwhile, flying
This is going to get out, I think.
foul just over the Jumbos bullpen. Spencer Langdon, I believe, is warming up for the Jumbos, number 15, out of Westlake, Texas.
That is the only thing. When you have a lot of strikeouts, occasionally pitch count can go up, of course. You need at least 3 pitches, usually more. And there's a end of the back ground ball to the second baseman. Easy play. 1, 2, 3 they go. Another clean inning for Mayer. Really interesting to see if this is his last, but at the very least, the Jumbos are rolling, taking their 10-0 lead into the bottom of the 5th. And it looks like there may be a couple more changes for the Jumbos. Trying to listen in here on the changes being made by the coaches. At the very least, it does look like Evans will be coming back up to the plate to lead off the inning.
Yeah, and for the Mules, we see Thompson is back out there on the mound.
We can still see someone warming in the Mules bullpen. We can see again the catcher. Someone is there throwing. So you wonder if Thompson's limited by pitch count. His day may be done soon. Daniel is trying to get in on the dugout chatter, see who's going in for who. Any update, Daniel?
I mean, there are going to be changes. I think the basic coach just saying that they aren't officially in until they come up to the plate. So maybe we'll see as they come up, or whether or not they have an at-bat this inning or come into the field in the next. So we will keep you updated. I don't know the exact numbers yet, but we'll be sure to let you know as soon as we do.
Fair enough, but what we do know is Evans remains in the game. He's coming back up, the leadoff hitter for his 4th at-bat. Takes a strike there.
Yeah, and I do also see Bazella, who was already a defensive substitute, is still on deck. So at least no changes in the first couple of batters of the lineup.
Absolutely. Well, Bazell got hit by the pitch, so I want to get him as many at-bats as possible. As you see a pop sky high near the pitcher's mound. The shortstop's coming in to make this catch, and he will. What you generally see, of course, what you generally see is the pitcher getting out of the way there. You do have a couple pitchers who are known to demand the ball or play the role of the infielder. A lot of pitchers, however, including Thompson, got out of the way, let his shortstop make the longer run in.
Yeah, and we have another word, I believe, number 35, Silas Reed, is also warming up the bullpen for the Jumbos.
So you see a pitch inside there.
Yeah, so Bazella. The other thing is that I'm be willing to bet there will be lots of changes coming up after this at-bat. I already see number 13, Brandon Bay, is going to come in for Di Maria batting 3rd. So he'll get that bat this inning. But meanwhile, Bazella is currently at the plate. He'll watch for the strike.
That strike puts the count at 1-1. And the pitch off speed, kind of floated in there, but Thompson will get it over the plate for a strike. Now 1-2. And here's the pitch. Did he go? Ooh, I think he might have. Oh, the catcher doesn't agree, and I'm not sure I agree with that either. Of course, always first subjective, but also hard to tell from our vantage point. But looked like he might have broken the plane of the plate or twisted his wrist, whatever you want to call the definition there. But either way, a second life, and it's 2-2. And I think that fouled him, yeah, off his foot. And you could tell, I mean, that was a fairly hard hit ground ball, it looked like. So those do not feel good when they go straight off the foot and come off with that much speed. He looks like he's no worse for the wear, though, and we'll get back in there. Looks at the pitch down and all in, and good job by Bozzella. He's able to work a full count now. As Thompson's pitch count clearly starts to rise. You see still warm up, still action in the bullpen. You wonder if Thompson's on a shorter leash this inning. And the pitch. Fouls it away. He's able to stay alive. Definitely really late on that, but able to make contacts and straight to the backstop. Working another long at bat. I believe that's now at least 6, if not 7 pitches. Thompson from the windup. And the pitch. In. Oh, he got him. Oh, a late strike call. You see Bozzella had already started running down. He clearly didn't think it was a strike. Looked like it might have been a little up and in, but maybe if the game was a little closer, you might see a little more outrage from the Jumbo's bench. But in games like this, you're willing to let some questionable calls slide.
Yeah, I mean, it's a close one with 2 strikes. You probably like a swing, but tough at bat.
Ground.
First pitch swinging here is, as we mentioned earlier, Brandon Bay coming in number 13, senior out of Encinitas, California. I probably pronounced that wrong, but that's okay.
Oh, he has a good swing on this, but it is straight at the left fielder. Takes a couple steps back and makes the catch. Still a good piece of contact, though, but the Jumbos go quietly once again. And now we've now finished 5. It is now 10-0. I believe we will have a pitching change. That'll end the day for Mayer. He goes 5 scoreless innings, giving up 3 runs. 3 hits on no runs with 8 strikeouts. A really impressive day for Mayer. And he is clearly in line for the win, so long as the Jumbos are able to hold it on. We have a couple fielding changes, I believe, that we will get to you as soon as we get them, we finalize them. Right now I can see, of course, Jimmy Evans has moved over to first base. So definitely an opportunity for the Jumbos to get some more people, both work in the field, but just work in general. The young season, not too much practice time, and especially for some sophomores and freshmen, no experience last year to go off of. So in-game experience, when you can get it to the people who may not get it usually, is really, really key for this year and for years coming. And Daniel, you have an update on some of the fielding changes?
Yeah, I think I got them all. We'll see. All right, so we already mentioned Bay, who came into bat Di Maria at the end. He is now in right field, moving in from right to first base. Is going to be Evans, replacing Di Maria, who is at first base. Also coming into the game is Flesher at, let's see, do I have a number 12, Ozzie Flesher, freshman playing now at second base, coming in for Dawes and batting 6th. And finally, Parada, who was at second, is moving over to third base. And then pitching change, number 35, Mayer's Day is done. Number 35, Silas Reed will be in for the Jumbos. Mayer will finish the day with 5 innings pitched, just 3 hits given up, and no runs.
And of course, a really interesting tidbit is that we originally confused Mayer and Reed. At the beginning of the game, their numbers were switched on our sheets right here. So ironic that now Reed comes in to close the game.
Still going to be Mar, number 24, batting the DH for the Mules. The first pitch for Reed.
He's in there. See, a lot of energy coming from the Jumbo's bench, trying to encourage Reed on getting his first action of the young season. Good pitch, just a little low, and I think, but similar to where Mayer was living. Clearly a similar trend, trying to paint those corners down. The pitch is down and in for a ball. That'll make it 2-1 on the count. pitch. Oh, that is stroked. It's going to take a bounce and hit the wall. This is going to be a stand-up double, the first solid piece of contact outside of the infield for the Mules all day. That was roped right down by that 354 line. Took a hop right before the warning track up against the wall. See if the Mules can build something here. Of course, 10 runs to make up in the span of 2 innings will be no easy task, but they're off on the right track.
Yep, and that was a really nice piece of hitting there from Mar. He's got 2 of the Mules' 4 hits so far in the day, so he's been carrying the team a bit. That's what the DH is for. But we're going to see a pinch runner is going to be coming in. Let's see. Number 1 looks like for Colby. Let's see if we can figure out who that is. I believe that is Amol Prakash, number 1, freshman out of Andover, Mass. He's coming in as a pinch runner for Mar out there at second, trying to perhaps give the Mules their first run on the day.
Yeah, at this point, that's more of a morale change than anything else. And there's the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. 1-1 now on the count.
I'm going to stay after a little bit, see if we can, because we need this to work.
And here is the pitch, and it looks like it's a little up. It's going to go for a ball. It's now 2-1. You can just tell Reed does not necessarily have that same pinpoint location that Mayer came out with. And he's falling behind in the count now. They're running. You saw a attempted stolen base there on the foul ball. Maybe a little hit and run. Not sure if it was intentional or not. Of course, that's always a bold strategy, Dale. Stealing third, especially with no outs and plenty of time to get the run in.
Yeah, I'm guessing maybe there's a hit and run, but I mean, you bring in your pinch runner for his speed, you might as well try and use it.
Absolutely. I wonder if the Jumbos are talking about location here, maybe anticipating another attempt at a stolen base. We haven't seen. I believe we saw 1 stolen base in the first game, but there was no attempt to throw the runner out. It was a first and third situation. So, of course, wouldn't be the worst thing to see some action for the infield for the catcher. Because of course, you will see, I'm sure, plenty of stolen bases throughout the rest of the season.
Looks like he's been mixed up a little bit on his signals, perhaps as well. He's just checking his arm there. But yeah, I think also planning ahead for this possible stolen base.
And when you have a new pitcher with new signals and new signs, things can get lost in translation. You see really aggressive lead out there at second, but no attempt. And he threw it by him for strike 3. The first out that Reed has recorded is on a strikeout. That's the 9th strikeout by the Jumbos together across both Reed and Mayer today. But you saw over, if you can see at second base, not sure you can, but pretty aggressive lead out there. But no real attempt by the Jumbos. I think with a 10-0 lead, they're not going to try anything fancy with pickoff attempts. And that's going to sail a little high for ball 1. Reed comes to a set. And the pitch fouled away again to make it the count 1-2. Dan, are you a little surprised that you haven't seen more substitutions on the Mules side? I mean, of course you have that pinch runner, but I believe most of their lineup remains intact.
Yeah, I think they're tough way back, but you maybe try to get some of your younger guys in. And I think doesn't get the call, and that's tough. But I do think, that's part of the reason with the bench runner, getting some of your younger blood in.
Yeah, and I believe the Mules have already played a handful of games before this weekend. Maybe that's why they're more into their season. They know who their roster and who their starting lineup's going to be. The pitch, and that is going to flare out, and that is going to drop. A late start over there at second base. Good job, at least by the Jumbo's defense, to at least feign that they might be able to catch that ball. Delayed the runner enough. He's not able to score it. It's now first and third, one down.
Yeah, that one was just a little flare, probably, I think off the end of the bat, just popped over the second baseman's head.
Yeah, and there's only so much you can do about that. You make your pitch. I mean, it barely travels out of the infield. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that type of contact is going to be an out. Just unfortunate that this happens with a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, but again, that means with just one out, a fly ball could give the Mules their first run of the game.
Absolutely, and here's the pitch, and it's a little high. It's something you've seen from Reed is he's starting batters, seems to be missing high a handful of times. That's something Mayer did not do too often, especially in the early innings. Reed's missing a little high, not getting those high strike calls, and he's falling behind the count. The pitch, he blew it by him. Strike one, good pitch. And there's more action in the Jumbo bullpen from what our vantage point. I see, I believe 2 more relievers getting loose just in case. As we see a foul straight back, that'll put the count at 1-2. Now Reed is able to work with a pitcher's count.
And you see Coach Casey there stepping out of the dugout for a second. And just, I think you're really just trying to calm down Reed out there on the mound.
I mean, it's important to remember, hey, look, you have a 10-0 lead. Sure, it's first and third with 1 out, but it's still 10-0. And the pitch. And he got him.
Second strikeout of the day. 2 outs so far, Reed in this inning, and for the whole day so far for him are strikeouts. So just like that, 2 outs, maybe able to get out of this jam.
Absolutely. I mean, besides that first piece of contact, which was a rope down the left field line, I mean, you've had followed by a strikeout, a flare up the middle, and now another strikeout. So Reed is still looking sharp out there. And that's going to be a little low and away for ball 1. And clearly Reed has the ability to get people out. It's about making sure he controls his stuff, and when he's able to do it, he's putting people away. Here is the 1-0 pitch. Just called strike, good pitch out right there. Thought about swinging, but decided not to. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's a called strike and puts the count knotted at 1. Here is the 1-1 pitch. Off the end of the bat, that's going to flare out into the parking lot over by the Jumbo's dugout. That now puts the count at 1-2. Similar place to the last at bat where Reed got a strikeout. A lot of encouragement from the Jumbo's bench. Everyone is standing, trying to encourage Silas Reed to get that last strike. Here's the pitch. Oh, he got him. The throw down to first base is in time. Really good off-speed pitch. Reed retires the side, fights through the 2 base runners. The Jumbos continue to hold the Mules scoreless, and after 5.5, it's 10-0 Jumbos.
head to the bottom of the sixth there. You mentioned perhaps some changes in the defense or the lineup for the Mules. Well, we're seeing some now. Coming into pitch is number 17, Patrick McConnell. He's actually been playing center field. So I believe by doing that, they give up the DH. Am I wrong?
Center field is on the mound.
Yeah, okay.
Center field is in the DH spot.
All right, and then coming in to center field is going to be number 7, I believe Marcus Forrester. So he will take the DH spot. So that means, all right, because the DH Mar came out after the pinch runner, so that makes perfect sense. So that'll be number 7, Forrester, coming in to center field. And McConnell moving over to the pitcher's spots.
Make sure you put the inning next to it too. Johnny, good carry.
I actually thought there might have been a change in right field as well. Am I crazy? I can't.
Yeah, I can't make out the number from here.
I can't see it, but I don't think it's 44.
It's
binoculars.
someone at not 44.
Yeah.
That's our definitive statement.
Yeah. So meanwhile, first pitch from McConnell is going to Noon, who's still in the game as the DH for the Jumbos.
And of course, more than likely, the score being as it is, this will be the last at-bats for the Jumbos of the day. Quickly, Noon finds himself down 0-2. And here's the pitch. Little out for a ball. It'll put the count at 1-2.
Alright, my eyes may be deceiving me, but I'm thinking that's 11 out there, right? In which case, that's Henry Suarez coming in.
There's a rip right at the second baseman. That was kind of a risky play the way he fielded that. Still an out though. What you saw there at second base, he kind of blindly stabbed at it. You're not really supposed to do this, but did not have his body really behind the ball. He did get a little lucky there. It'll still work for the out, 1 away.
Yep, that's O'Brien there at second, making the play again. Like you said, that's tough. They tell you to, put your body in front.
Right.
So at least if you don't get the scoop, it
Right.
hits you right in the chest and it lands in front of you.
Of course, it's easy for us to say sitting over here and not
Right.
having a screaming ground ball coming at our bodies, but
Oh yeah, I was never any good at that. That's
no,
why I
me
keep
too.
in the outfield.
Right field for us. As the first pitch is a ball. See the windup. And that is a ground ball right at the third baseman. It's gonna eat him up. He's gonna not make that throw. That was a screaming ground ball on the one hop. We will have to see if that's marked as an error or a hit. They're gonna give that as an error. I mean, like Daniel mentioned, last time this happened, they don't call it the hot corner for nothing.
Yep.
Although that was a really tough play out there at third. A bit of a tough error to get.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for Reichman over there, but I mean, I don't know. I might even give that one a base hit, but hey, I'm not the score.
That was a pretty defensive swing. It's going to be a standard pop out there to left field. Wasn't the best swing, and I think he knows it.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to introduce that. Was Ozzie Flesher, his first at-bat after coming in as a defensive replacement in the top half of this inning.
Of course, Flusher really just not starting either of these games. You want to get some at-bats, get some pitches. I think he's just a little over-anxious and flies out.
I will say, actually, after this pitch, but that one's going to fall in for a ball. But for Sewell out here, the catcher, he's sitting here at first. He's been on base 4 times today.
Wow.
And yet, he's 0 for 2. He's reached twice
on error
errors and twice on hit by pitch. So an interesting day for him. But hey, he's been out there rounding the bases quite a bit.
Hey, I like to look at it from an on-base perspective. It's 500.
Yeah.
Nothing too shabby about that. now sits at 2-1 to Flevin. And that is ripped, and it is going to be caught on a line out there in right field.
Yes, it is 11. It's a good thing he's running in now, but now that he's made a pretty nice catch there, a running catch there, that is number 11, Henry Suarez. So solid defensive play from him. That'll end the 6th, and that'll bring up the top half of the 7th, the last chance now for the Mules if they want to perhaps force extra innings or come back in this game.
So the Mules, I believe they had no runs in the first game either. That'll leave them scoreless on the day.
Yep.
Through now what is 13 innings of play. Unlike the Jumbos, the Mules do have a few games under their belt. Still, however, in an early season, no runs over the course of a doubleheader is not something, that's definitely not a positive sign, and it's definitely not a way to win some games. So let's see if the Jumbos can complete the shutout.
Yep, and we'll see Reed is going to be back on the mound trying to close out
Yep.
this game.
Definitely makes sense, I'm sure. Maybe in a closer game with Reed's pitch count and the way he was hit around last inning, they may not keep him out there. With 10-0 lead, I think you can definitely get him some more work, see how he does out there. And the Jumbos do have a couple people sitting in their bullpen just in case, but it'll take a lot for them to really start biting their nails and getting worried here with a 10-run lead.
Yep, and meanwhile, the batting order for Colby in this last chance for them is going to be 8-9-1. Unless any change, actually it looks like there will be some changes, but I'll get to that when we get there. First up is going to be Jonah Katz, number 10, the catcher. He came in as a defensive replacement in the bottom half of the 4th, but this will be his first at-bat. And it looks like there'll be more changes as we, in the next couple of batters, but we'll get to that. First pitch is going to be a strike from Reed.
And the pitch is fouled towards, and I believe off the edge of the Mules dugout over there.
Yep.
Putting him in the hole, 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch. Defensive swing fouled away back behind the backstop. Keeping the count at 0-2. That's been a constant theme for the Mules. A lot of defensive swings today.
Yep, Reed is picking up right where May left off after the
Here's the pitch, and that was a dynamic breaking ball down in the dirt. Not a good throw to retire him from the catcher of the first base. Good scoop over there by Evans. Actually took a pretty nice hop right off the edge of the grass, but it was about 5 or 6 feet short.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you're gonna hop it, might as well hop it so far
Right.
early that it's an easy bounce.
And just scoop it like a ground ball at that point.
Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, so that'll be the first out in the inning, and I have to figure out who the batter is because replacing McGee, who's at first.
And that is ripped, and that's going to be straight into left field. Clean single right there for.
Quinn Burke, number 50. There he is. Yeah, taking his first at bat, junior out of Woodbridge, Connecticut, and first pitch swing, and I mean, looking pretty good. Gets on base right away.
And one thing you notice, of course, is a little bias considering we are above the Jumbo's dugout. It's just the level of excitement and volume coming from the dugouts. Obviously, from the Mules, especially muted because of the score, but even across both games, you've heard a lot of energy from the Jumbos. I feel like the same cannot be said, especially once the Mules went down.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough so early in the game. It felt like, you know, outside of the first inning, it's been close. And I mean, who knows what would have happened if it hadn't been like that in the first. But, you know, we saw last game that the Mules can definitely stick with this team. The problem is they just haven't been able to put up that offense.
Right. I mean, in the first game, it wasn't so much the pitching, it was entirely the offense. This time, it's been a combination of both. Which, of course, on the other hand, it's a great sign for the Jumbos. I mean, They've been able to play solid defense with a couple errors, but overall pretty solid defense. They've been able to play great when it comes to pitching, and ever since really that 5th inning of the previous game, first game, they've been on fire offensively. So the pitch, another foul ball over our heads into the parking lot.
Yeah, man, this is McConnell taking his 4th at-bat. He's 0 for 3, a couple of ground balls and a strikeout, but of course he's also busy pitching. So, you know, busy day for him. He's on the mound and now trying to give himself some run support.
At this point, I don't know if giving him coming out for another inning is on his mind. As another dynamic curveball will put him away. That is clearly a strong suit.
And I think that's now the 5th strikeout. All 5 of the outs from Reed have been strikeouts.
Wow.
And that's the 3rd one that have been those curveballs in the dirt.
Right.
Colby's just chasing. A couple of times had to throw it down to first to pick it up, but either way, really nice pitching from Reed.
That's a good call, strike. And I believe that would make 13 on the day for the Jumbos, of only a grand total of 20 outs.
Yeah, that's 65%, some quick maths right there. But yeah, the strikeouts have just been raining in from the Jumbos pitchers.
That's a ground ball up the middle. Good play, but there's yeah, the throw is going to be a little too late. I believe that actually did graze Reed. Reed tried to make a play on it. Good play out there in the middle of the infield, just wasn't hit hard enough for it.
Yeah, flush to the second baseman. I think slowed it down just a bit for the shortstop.
Right.
But Zell had to pick it up behind him, but then it was too late. And yes, that will go down as a hit. So that'll be a couple of hits this inning for the Mules, and it's 1st and 2nd, and up is Forrester. It'll be his first at bat. He came in as the center fielder. Yeah.
And Daniel, you know what's most interesting? If you look over at the scoreboard out there, the Jumbos and the Mules now have the same amount of hits on the day. They both have 7. Yet the Jumbos have 10 runs and the Mules have none. Just shows you what timely hitting and, of course, opportunities from the opposing pitchers can do. You see a pitch a little up there, right above the letters. That's going to be called a ball, but putting the count even at 1
Yeah, I'll get the 3 differences there. Like you said, obviously the difference in timing and unfortunately the pitching with so many hit by pitchers and the fielding with errors, but also just the power. All of the fields have just been little singles for the most part, but a couple triples, a couple home runs for the Jumbos.
Absolutely. I think the Mules' single hit that wasn't a single was that line drive during the third base line, and that, of course, started an inning. There was no runners on base, so and that batter ended up getting stranded. So absolutely a good point.
Yep, and now down to the last strike for the Mules is Forrester.
It's the pitch.
It's that same curveball that the
Yeah, at this point, you got to know it's coming, and it's still really, really looking appealing, as you could tell that the Mules were, all 3 of them had all their weight shifted forward. The first 2, of course, swung and missed. This time they're able to hold back and lay off it, putting the count even again at 2-2. And the pitch. That is going to be, close. I think a little high on the breaking ball. Putting it at a full count. Of course, we will see the runners run with that full count and 2 outs. So any piece of contact should be able to drive in a run as long if it gets through. And here's the pitch. It's up and it's going to head straight back in the parking lot. Of course, Daniel and I listen intently every time that happens to see if we hear the shattering of glass of an unlucky car. No dice for this one.
Yeah, it's a good thing I don't drive to these games. I'd be worried every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do it all over again with the 3-2 pitch. And ball 4. At a certain point, if you're the Jumbos, you're wondering, doesn't the umpire want to go home too? But I guess not bad enough to give us that call. And now bases loaded.
This is actually, yeah, I mean, we're talking about a little bit about timing. I mean, this is, I think, the 3rd, 4th time even that the Mules have had runners in scoring position. And still a big 0 on the scoreboard.
And another front ball. That's what you've seen a lot, especially from the Mules, from across both pitchers. It tells you they're not getting the best reads on the ball. you're seeing a lot of these opposite field foul balls, which means they're late, they're swinging above or below, generally below a ball. That sets them up to be exposed by later in the count breaking balls.
And this, again, this is Suarez, who came in as a defensive replacement in right field, taking his first at-bat here.
And here's the pitch. That's a good spot, just a little outside. Again, the umpire clearly has no plans later tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, you know, sure, on the one hand, we're like 2 strikes away from the game ending, but hey, a home run here. 6-run game, you never know. Big
Oh,
swing.
chases that up at the shoulders. Not a good pitch to be chasing. Of course, Suarez not the tallest to begin with. Now puts him down 1-2 with 2 outs. Once again, the Mules down to their final strike of the day. And the pitch. He got him. Strike 3.
An emphatic call from the umpire. Let's go.
That will end the game. The Jumbos win 10-0 here at Huskins Field. They complete the doubleheader sweep and now move to 2-0 on the season. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Yeah, I just like to say, so winning pitcher is of course Mayer at a great outing. Defense for the Jumbos looked very good. Gave up no runs across the 2 games. So you know, congratulations to them. Like I said, there will be 2 more games at Colby tomorrow. My guess is NSN will be streaming those, so you can check out the Tufts Jumbos athletics website or the Colby website. I'm sure they will have links to that. The other thing I like to say is just shout out to all the JumboCast, because today has been a crazy day. It's our first games back in more than a year that we are streaming games. And this is the most games that we've ever attempted to do at the same time. We've got softball and lacrosse was going on earlier. And with some technical difficulties, we still managed to put something together. So thank you to everyone at JumboCast who helped out today and helped with some of the errors, including our director and cameraman, Ethan Zaffaroni, sitting next to us, standing next to us. But yeah, so yeah, thank you all for tuning in. I will also say, softball game still going on, so check out TuftsJumboCast.com if you're not already there. You can see the end of that game.
Yeah, I just want to echo what everything Daniel said, and from all of JumboCast, we appreciate you tuning in to today. Hope you tune into some future broadcasts. We'll be having probably some almost every weekend because there's just so many games this weekend. For Daniel Mahoney, I'm Scott Blatt. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.